Let's create some characters.
I don't know why. When you first were painting the scene, mine was immediately thinking like, you know, sits
Let's create
down,
some characters.
big sigh, reaches into his pocket, takes out a big cigarette, and starts lighting up.
Let's create some characters.
Like, very much like sitting on the docks by the bay kind of vibe. Oh,
Let's create some characters.
there we go.
And that's when they called me daddy.
And that's for the YouTube.
Let's create some characters. Let's create some characters.
Alright, back to tabletop.
Let's create some characters.
I think so.
Let's create some characters.
Last time we all met, our heroes had just
Let's create some characters.
at the end of the episode before after a hasty exit from Milwaukee, after having retrieved the wedding
Let's create some
gown
characters.
that the abbot of State Marquette requested as payment for his resurrection services, which Dratari at the
Let's
time
create some characters.
needed. After the wolf fight, they decided to make their way with haste.
Let's create some characters.
Journey to Berez. They were surprised attacked by a revenant on the road.
Let's
that
create
came
some
out of
characters.
nowhere, near the Raven River crossroads.
Let's create some characters.
Getting really combat with this singular
Let's create some
unarmed
characters.
revenant proved to be far less of a challenge than the party's previous fight with three of them all armed with
Let's
swords.
create some characters.
This revenant was quickly dispatched. I really need to do a red leather.
Let's
yellow
create some
leather.
characters.
Fuck. The party.
Let's create some
hurried
characters.
onward, barely making it to the gate of Crest as dust began to fall over the Barovian Valley.
Let's create some characters.
Crest being a village extremely suspicious of strangers, there was a brief holdup at the village's gate.
Let's create
After
some
which
characters.
The whole party was allowed entry once they accepted responsibility for their new companion who had not previously.
Let's create some characters.
They ran their way up the cliffside and through the courtyard and into the abbey to make
Let's
the
create some
exchange
characters.
of full and wedding gown for the abbot's services and resurrection. The party has a huddled discussion.
Let's create some
during the
characters.
party's Resurrection. Consensus was reached about what to do with the stolen magic mirror. Jack
Let's create some
used it
characters.
to summon an assassin, but Lady Fiona walked her as the target.
Let's
The
create
abbot's
some
ritual
characters.
completes, successfully bringing Dratari back to life, but very weak.
Let's
With
create
the
some
party
characters.
now reunited with companion, they settled in for a discussion of next moves.
Let's create some characters.
And as you settle in and drift off,
Let's create some characters.
that dingy attic, or not attic, but second
Let's create some characters.
swing, cramped spare room that y'all were in.
Let's create some characters.
Drift off to sleep. You see swarming.
Let's create some characters.
The Mardikovs and other keepers of the feather are mounting an aerial assault.
Let's create some characters.
Many were-ravens are felled by the constant lightning strike. They
Let's create some characters.
With burning force, they clear the forest folk that long infested the hill.
Let's create some
These
characters.
surviving druids and berserkers flee into the Stalwich woods. The blights never had a chance.
Let's create some
Esmeralda
characters.
Davenier speaks with Erwin Mordekov and enters a cairn carrying something and disappears.
Let's create some characters.
into a cave within yesterday. The keepers of the feather are on the ground. Lights
Let's
are
create some
burned,
characters.
unmoving, but the Gulfiest free still looms over them all.
Let's create some characters.
The ground beneath the standing stones suddenly thrums deeply.
Let's create some
Lightning
characters.
strikes the ring of Menhirs one last time before the ever-raging storm above the hill begins.
Let's
to
create some
subside.
characters.
A light shines atop Yesterhill. A flower bloom.
Let's
blooms
create some
from
characters.
out of the cracks at the foot of the stands. At the same time,
Let's create some characters.
Strahd is furiously playing the pipe organ in his dining hall to an audience of four.
Let's create some
obscured
characters.
in the darkness at the far end. Strahd lurches and plays a discord.
Let's create some characters.
Ending his performance of he lowers his head to observe a subtle.
Let's create some characters.
He softly speaks the word. I am the man.
Let's create some characters.
The tone and inflection of that charismatic abuser saying, "Come back to me."
Let's create some characters.
A moment of violent and jealous rage flashes upon Strahd's face.
Let's create some characters.
3 rings of standing stones swirling in vision. One now glows with a subtle and warm.
Let's create some characters.
The other 2 remain in darkness. A giant wooden spider crawls near one. The other.
Let's create some characters.
Madame Ava stirs from a trance. And
Let's create some characters.
With that, you all begin to
Let's
wait
create some
in
characters.
the cramped and dingy room in the upper east wing of the Avenue Market.
Let's create some characters. Let's create some characters.
Well,
Let's create some characters.
A few different times now already. Tegan is going to pursue.
Let's create some characters.
Dratari, especially because Tegan is the one who's currently
Let's
holding
create
on to
some
Dratari's
characters.
book with the intention to continue teaching Dratari how to read it.
And just make sure, are we all in like the same room then, up in the attic? Okay.
Yeah. The same room that most of you, Jacques not included, would have met Esmeralda.
In that case, yeah, Dratari is definitely getting up very, very hangover groggy. But does get up and we'll just say, yeah. You already had like the book in hand?
Yeah, Tegan will be pulling it out as she either wakes you up or takes account of the fact that you are waking.
Yeah. Okay.
And Dratari, as you're waking, you're still fucked up. You're maybe not feeling as bad as you woke up yesterday evening, waking up from being literally dead. But you still have a -3 penalty to basically everything. I could look it up what it all, but it's almost all types of checks.
Yeah, it's
I was
any
going to
D20.
say, I was going to say that you have been welcomed by the abbot. You can, we can get through 3 more days of long rest to get Dratari back to full, and it would give y'all the opportunity to, use all of your spell slots and other, abilities that recharge on a long rest or at dawn or things like that, or go into the town, try to get something from the shop, or don't know why you would need to talk to the burgomaster, but if you wanted to do that, speaking more with each other about talking what to do. And there's other downtime activities. I haven't read that section in Xanathar. So you basically have, if you want to take it, if you don't feel like the rush to get on the road to the next thing, I think we could briefly get through 3 days of downtime.
Okay.
Want to get chummy with any of the mongrel folk?
I'm fine with that. Stuntman Eddie spent 3 weeks here after dying, so
Right.
I feel like 3 days for Dratari is pretty damn fair.
So what you're saying is Eddie knows all the spots then.
Yeah.
Where to go?
Just the bed for 3 weeks and that's it.
Right.
I have a question about the mirror, the assassin that was summoned. Did it just like go, or did it teleport?
So what had happened was okay. So was Tegan and everybody else paying attention to Jock talking into the mirror when that was happening?
I think I was probably still dead at the time, so I'd probably be the only one that doesn't.
Right, right. So Dratari, no, but I'm imagining, everybody else had the discussion, and then Jack is the one who actually did the summoning,
Yeah.
the calling of a hit. I don't know what proper verbiage of that for would be, but
I believe I
yeah.
asked it to
So
whack off a
Tegan was
guy.
paying attention. You would have noticed that the reflection, once it received a name, kind of nodded and disappeared into the mirror, and then it just became a regular reflective surface. Your heightened senses, ears, uh, noticed that the whispering that first piqued your interest that you were hearing around it did fade when the reflection faded. This morning, however, you could hear it whispering again.
And we did send that after Fiona Walker, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna prepare sending, for today, and I'm going to cast sending on Fiona Walker, and I'm just going to say good morning.
No response.
And I'll just, with no response, I'll figure something happened. I seem fairly pleased with that outcome.
So in the meantime, then, going
Yeah.
back to Tegan. So yeah, imagining that she's still trying to wake up from the hangover, so still super groggy. Just, oh, hey Tegan, how's it going?
That's kind of my question for you. Um,
Well, I'm still alive, so that I guess is something to be said. But can someone quiet down all the yelling?
oh, I'm kind of curious about that.
From
Um,
off to the side, you hear a very quiet, sorry.
oh,
Oh, I was just more referencing the mirror whispers than
And
anything else.
and
But
a
I
less
just
Well,
quiet
most of you are
and a less
not
quiet
hearing the mirror whispering. This is Tegan's very heightened senses that is hearing it. I feel like the rest of you, it's like you got to tell everybody to shut the fuck up and put your ear right next to the mirror, and you kind of think you maybe, or you're not sure if you're just like hearing it because you're like listening for it. But yeah, Tegan, you could hear it from a good distance away. If you're in the same room as it, you could hear a very subtle whispering.
okay.
So you have to
so,
relay that information to people. I imagine you did before Manu sends that sending spell.
um, I probably would not have thought to do that before this ending, because Tegan's going to talk to Dratari first. Then, after noticing Manu sending the sending, she will update that the whispering of the mirror is back as if it's in its, for lack of a better term, passive or waiting state again. But anyway,
I'll edit it in post, so whatever order of events makes most sense will be how it plays out.
yeah,
That's good.
but yeah, first on Tegan's docket is talking to Dratari because, so when I died, or nearly so, from vampires attacking Valaki, we had all recently been in proximity of relics, the remains of a local saint. And The abbot says it's forces of Barovia, but I am quite certain that I saw my goddess. The energies that returned me may have been twisted or corrupted by the land, but somewhere between having been slain by such wretched, unholy things, having recently been in the presence of remains of a saint that opposed such things, and being in service to deities, we all returned on our own. I don't know if that didn't happen for you because your god wasn't strong enough to pierce this veil, if it has to do with not having been near the relic, or having died to more standard monstrosities than rather than undead wretches. But it took us some time to be fully honest with one another about what was going on and how we were recovering. And would rather not await for truths to come out with you. I would rather actually ask you directly, Dratari, how are you doing?
And at that, you could already tell the fact that her face like kind of dropped even more after hearing the fact that, like, kind of confirming again that yes, your god came back for you by the sound of it, and kind of even more so, just almost goes into like a fetal position just on the floor, just like I don't know what to make of any of this. She like Zaldin, at the very least, and like all throughout, she's trying. It sounds like she's trying to talk through someone else talking, kind of thing, but trying to shout out through someone else's words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just kind of. I was like, he never came for me. I don't know if it's just a case of unworthiness or what have you, but he never came. You guys did for me, and that's all that matters to me. As for, I don't know, if for, I seem to have all my normal body parts, and at the very least, I don't seem hungry for children. But I keep hearing people on my past, I guess. Uh, in just a lot more cruel than I remember them being back then. But not. Oh no, it's a cruel version of them. They would never actually say that, I think.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, there was so many factors going on when our situations happened, and it might just be because we had been in presence of the remains of a saint that opposed those monstrosities, and both that was not the case for you. You were never in the presence of those remains, and those remains no longer exist, which may weaken the powers of the divine in this realm in general. So I wouldn't be too concerned about attaching your self-worth to whether or not your religious leanings were unable to do the same for you.
I think, and at that, I think she does start to tear up just a little bit, and just kind of trying to softly say, it's not just about me. I didn't see evidence of him anywhere back there. There was nothing there. He should have been there in some way, shape, or form. Even if it wasn't for me, he should have been supposed to care about us all. He's supposed to give a damn about us. I know that I have a silly religion. I know that people make fun of us, especially without us smiling. But it's because he was supposed to give a damn. And if I can't see him, even in the spirit realm or whatever you want to call it, the other side, I don't know what to make of that. And
You might
yeah,
you might not remember, or you might not have been able to make the connection because the way this land is closed off and disconnected. But I revere an entity that is a deity, in that she is an extremely powerful spiritual entity. So powerful that she can lend that power to others or activate powers within them. But that doesn't mean that my deity is always going to be able to be everywhere, always, or do whatever I happen to ask. Because if the gods were were that extent of magnificent, they wouldn't need agents like those of us who are priests, clerics, or paladins.
and that she does kind of look up at you, kind of like trying to let it all sink in, and for the first time since being dead, started smiling just a little bit.
And as soon as Tegan sees that and goes, and that right there, helping you come to terms with it and seeing that smile on your face, that's what your God instructs you that you should be for others. And whether your God is valid or not, doing that for others alone is a valid thing. And whatever inspires you to do that and be that can't be that bad.
I suppose you're right.
Regardless,
And
regardless of deification.
I suppose you're right. And yeah, Dratari like slowly but like awfully tries to get up and kind of hands splayed out for a hug, kind of thing.
Tegan will hug.
And yeah, just thank you, Tegan. I needed that. And I think at that point she does notice the scriptures finally in your hand, and goes, or the book, I should say, and oh, the scriptures. You still have it.
Well, yes, I did agree to help you learn how to actually read, and as per usual, we can do that this morning, or as you need to take breaks or rests after having resurrection sickness. But no reason except your own exhaustion to put that off unnecessarily.
Sounds like a plan. And scene.
Nancy.
Inspiration.
Thank you. So
And
does oh go ahead.
and I am so sorry to be a spotlight hog, but now it's time for Tegan. But we're not. I'm not actually going to role play out the whole conversation. But again, this is the first time we've actually had a chance to rest since the mansion mission.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Tegan is going to go off to the side, and the person that made Tegan actually be a successful person for the first time in her life, Eddie. And all of these conversations with these other people where Tegan is actually doing so well and conversing so thoroughly is just kind of riding on the high of having been helped to be successful by this amazing stuntman Eddie that she has now truly seen in action. And Tegan is just going to go off to the side and like try to find out as much about stuntman Eddie as an entertainer and what he knows of himself and all of that as Tegan just like eats it up.
Yeah,
like to imagine
I
this
feel
was-
like I'll, Stuntman Eddie, like a lot of it is like he does not remember any of it, but it's so ingrained in him to just know what he's capable of. He's like, yeah, I totally could do that, so why not just say that I did that also? Like I could fight a bear very easily, so it's not a stretch to say that I did fight a bear. And if you did fight a bear, it's not a stretch to just for the storytelling of it say that it happened last week and that the washing machine injury you had actually was because of a bear and
That's why I have a scar over here.
right?
So
I like to
so
imagine that this is all happening at like the kitchen table, whatever you want to call it.
Oh,
like
totally.
So that I would like to be a
I,
part of that as well.
I think actually
Like- like-
the scar part, I go to show you a scar, realize that I don't have any flesh there to scar anymore. Unfortunately, I just point to my bare boned arm.
Meanwhile, in like the doorway, you see like a metallic head poke around, and then above it, a green goblin head. Like, is the serious talk done? I didn't want to interrupt. Is it
So-
safe to come in? Guess
I-
we'll see.
I think it is now.
And then
yeah.
stride
Flooding
in.
Jack.
He'll stride in
Come on.
in his like goblin footy pajamas, which
Jack,
which just like say bombs and hose on it.
Where in God's green earth did you get Zalin's green earth did you get onesie pajamas?
I made them myself.
so are we just like gonna
Good.
chill
You-
out
you-
here for a few
You
days?
do remember that I create things, right?
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
was
say
kind of
you
what I
have
do.
been welcomed to do so, and it seems prudent to get because every long rest will get Dratari to remove one of those negative ones, and 3 more long rests would do the trick.
If no one's gonna use it, I would like to use the mirror every day.
Okay.
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 Are you doing this rogue, or are you coming to consensus for who the group is targeted?
No, I'm just using the mirror.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
I did not take it off when I went to sleep.
Take it off? What?
Well, did you put it back on after Jack used it before you went to
Oh.
sleep?
Oh,
Did
I
he
don't know.
like
Well,
use
yeah,
it
'cause-
as a bed?
I think that I'm just whenever we're not using it, I'm putting it back on. Like it is I think nobody explained to me that I shouldn't do that, and I like that it's shiny, so
I'm
it
picturing
just felt
Stuntman.
natural.
I'm picturing Stuntman Eddie using it as like a comforting weighted blanket now.
Okay, if
like
Stuntman
back in
Eddie
the
is
den.
wearing it, then I would request its use.
Try to stealth check around Eddie.
Yeah, Manu, go right ahead. You want me to just sit still for a second?
Yeah, if you want to.
Sure, I'm happy to. We were just talking about how easy it is to be dead, come back to life, right, Dratari? Piece of cake.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a lot easier when.
That's what I got out of that.
I will say that, like,
Death is only the beginning.
since our current plan is to do next stop the tower, I think is what we discussed. And then after that to go to the marsh. Marsha. I would think there's no real reason to wait until all of the resurrection exhaustion is gone, but rather like maybe when you're at only a -1. That way we can just get to the tower if necessary, rest there, and then get to the swamp that much more quickly and easily. Because basically, if we're headed towards Strahd, we shouldn't have much in the way of encounters. And while the tower isn't directly, it shouldn't be far enough off the path that we should be that concerned about major encounter issues. Same with the swamp until we get a lot closer to it. Is Tegan's thoughts anyway.
Is there any downside to just long resting the 3 days? Like, if we were on the road, we'd have danger, but here it seems pretty safe, right?
The only
you seem
danger
pretty safe.
is the only danger is the ticking clock.
Yeah, I was gonna
Right.
say
Oh, yeah,
there's,
you're
you
right,
know,
you're right.
there's, Irina is in peril, as you
Yeah.
know, and there's other things that are.
I don't even know
pressing.
who that is.
Irina,
Technically true.
Stormy, and Ricky.
Oh right.
We don't know
I was
what.
really confused because I thought you were talking about me, and I was like, what?
Yeah, we don't know.
Lawful good Ricky.
Yeah, we had a player that was playing you before any of us had met you.
But that's not the same as when I played a character that just used a picture of you as their character portrait in Shadowrun. This was just someone who
Yeah.
happened to have the same name, like Steven and Stephen.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I
was-
usually try to come up with a weird name.
That was a good troll.
But yeah, I'm thinking kind of like Skyrim rules, like you get a quest to start and it seems like you gotta do it now, but it's kind of whatever time you get there, it'll kind of be okay. Like, I mean, I guess that's suspending some of the suspense by saying that out loud.
That's okay.
But,
we can at least pretend to not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm fine with the
ticking
2-day
time is
thing, though.
mostly that, and it's uneasy here. I'm sure Manu in particularly does not like to wake up and see and hear the mongrel folk. I don't know how the
I love
rest
it
of
here.
y'all are feeling.
It feels
it's
just
There's
like
a beautiful
home.
garden to look
Love it.
in, but there's also areas of the abbey that you want to stay the fuck out of for safety reasons, and also for that's gross to fucking look at and witness reasons. But yeah, I think I didn't actually go back and listen to our last episode, but I think I said at the end, like we were done playing and just talking, that I gave up on trying to homebrew Jacques' ability to do the artificer's ability to make magic tattoos. So if you wanted to do 3 days worth of that while you're here, I still do hate how it works mechanically. I just don't
Yeah.
have the spoons in me
That's
to
fine.
make it in a way that jives well with my knowledge of actually doing tattoos.
I also don't
And
mind
also
just not
is
using
still
it.
fun to play with. No. Use it,
Yeah.
please.
But
Please
one
use it.
thing to
Magic
keep in
tattoos
mind-
are tight. I just wanted to change it, and I can't be bothered to actually do it.
One thing to keep in mind as well is that even if it's like over 3 days, it's not like I can do a magic tattoo and it just stays until used. It's a daily thing. So I get one magic tattoo a day, and then it's gone at the end of the day, like every other infused item. If I change it.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
is Agatha? I was wondering, what is the real life tattoo thing that you disagree with, and is it that they are not permanent?
Yeah, and it's just like I do tattoos, which is a lie because I haven't done a tattoo since 2014, I think. But
I think that might be the only year I did a tattoo. Also,
the part where like the needle is what the magical item is, and the tattooer doesn't actually do tattoo. They speak a command word, and the needle melts into the skin and becomes tattoo. And that is fucking buck wild, y'all.
you need the pain, and it takes a while, and
Yeah, and I feel like it should take a short rest
And
or
a
like an
creepy
amount of
goblin
time,
stabbing you over and over.
amount of time in proportion to either the size of the tattoo and or the like
definitely.
power of the tattoo. I feel like a cost and a time should be.
I feel like there
I
should be
kind
a
of liked
skill
Matt
thing too.
Mercer's homebrew that came out a
I'll
couple
be
years ago.
bluntly honest, though. All of those issues could be resolved by just treating it as magical war paint that lasts until it's used the once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that more.
And it just happens
Doesn't
to
have to be,
take
yeah.
the painted shape based on user's intent.
And it's like at the same time, I don't want to scrap it entirely because I do like the idea of a party having a couple days of downtime and stick and poked party time. Who wants a fucking ghost on their thigh that does this cantrip, or like who wants a whatever? Like I feel like that gives opportunity for like fun role play that's not like stress and imminent combat like in it's
met
just
a
like
goblin by
having
the
some
railroad
downtime, having a
tracks.
stick and poke party.
Actually, you
on
met
that-
me in a dilapidated mansion, not railroad
Right.
tracks, but
In that
Nice try.
case, so wait a minute, is the tattoo applicable for like you can put that onto anyone? That's not just on yourself.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
In
I
fact,
just thought it was for yourself.
technically speaking, I could use find familiar and put a tattoo on the familiar, and then the familiar could use the magic. Technically, but that's
Cool.
kind of cheesy to the point of nonsense. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that. Because there's this stupid thing that you can do where you use the tattoo to use find familiar, and then you wait a day, and then the familiar doesn't go away. So you put the tattoo on the familiar, so the familiar can use find familiar and have its own familiar, and then basically just chain familiars that way, which is dumb that it works, but technically it does. I don't know it. I wouldn't allow it as a DM because fuck the person doing that, but that's technically works.
Yeah.
But yeah, within reason, if it's not familiars all the way down, like y'all have 3 days worth of downtime to use
Yeah.
as you wish. If Monin
I
wants
mean,
to use the mirror a couple times, if you
I-
want to give out a couple tattoos.
I have the only familiar
Fine.
I'll ever need. Also, Jack. Or
One
am I the
another.
familiar? I'm not really sure.
Made who? Anyways, actually, on that same note, because you were asking, don't you know I'm the inventor's guy? It's like, to be fair, I knew you for all of 15 minutes before I died.
Oh yeah. That's literally his reaction. Oh yeah. No wonder I wasn't very emotionally invested.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
and that was also part of purpose of Tegan's conversation with you the previous night is just like, I have not really a full understanding of why you've dedicated yourself to following our party around, given that you have no reason to be invested in us, and that was the whole point of that conversation. But yeah. So who all is Manu gonna?
Try a stealth check around to get a little bit
No,
of mirror
no,
time.
No,
I'll-
it seems like Eddie's just going to allow it to happen. And
Oh, yeah,
if
Eddie's-
the
Eddie's
two of
pretty-
you
Eddie's
want
pretty
to
chill
stealth
with
check to
whatever.
keep it private from everybody else, you can. I imagine the party would kind of just go along with it if they walked in on it, though.
I mean, if Manu wasn't doing this, Tegan was going to. So I mean, Tegan
that
is more
pretty
than
good.
happy.
So a
to-
typical girl slumber party, you're doing stick and pokes, and you're setting out mirror assassin hits on, the,
Most relevant, by the
The
way.
people that
Bloody
wronged
Mary,
you.
Bloody Mary.
The meme I posted is relevant, I guess, because slumber party.
Yep.
So I mean, do you, like who's on your hit list?
One of
mine
the things that we
personally, I don't
wanted
want
to
to say
try
that on the
and
air. sorry.
well, some of the things that we had kind of thought to try the Mirror's Assassin against, once we knew it would work against Fiona Wachter, is the Burgomaster's son, who was doing all kinds of horrid arcane experiments. The former Burgomaster of Valaki. Then there's maybe trying to send the assassin after the mother of Strahd, Baba Lysaga.
Well, we have to go and talk to her.
We have no reason to talk to her. We want to go steal from her. And that's a lot easier if we haven't tried negotiation, if I'm going to be bluntly honest about that. We want to steal the gem that she stole, and that she used people to attack the farm, and that she was in charge. She was at least revered by those corrupt and evil druid things. We have no reason to play nice or negotiate with her. We just wanted to steal back the crap that was stolen and search her place for whichever of the 3 items was there. I want to say the book. Anyway, point is, if we can get in and get out without her knowing we were there, or without her surviving us having been there, that's actually far more optimal than negotiation. I say ambush. But anyway.
Yeah, I think it would be more fun to kill her ourselves if we have to kill her.
Mhm.
Yeah, her son, big piece of shit. Let's get her. You don't fuck with someone's motorcycle.
The first name on my list is Isaac Strasny.
Good ad. That is
So
a very
you
good ad.
you stand in front of the mirror and you speak the rhyme. Roll a
Initiative.
roll a d4 for.
A 4.
Okay, good. And you said Isaac Strasny.
Yep.
The same darkly handsome 30-something-year-old man with bloodshot eyes appears, and then stares blankly at you, and you speak the name Isaac Strasny, and he nods and sort of begins to kind of shift, like moving away from your perspective, in the fade into nothing. And Tegan, you hear the whispering subside.
Actually, during the whole thing, can I just pop one of the eyes? What were that called again? Divine sight. just to see if there's like anything more I can glean.
Is
The
this one
interaction.
of your abilities? Or?
Oh yeah,
Oh, are you
the
talking about your divine sense?
Divine sense.
10 cents. I thought it was sight.
Sight has much to do with it. Yes.
Oh shoot, where were you? Oh, not inventory. Actions, I guess. Sense, you're correct, yeah. The as an action, you can detect good and evil until the end of your next turn. You can sense anything affected by the Hollow spell, or know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. You can use this feature 4 times for long rest.
Yeah, you notice there is an evil undead creature within the mirror before it disappeared.
Okay.
There's
Actually,
an evil undead creature standing right beside you.
actually, on that note, how does the rest of our party look, especially with the mirror and me being dead and all that?
I'm good.
I'm
I'm a giant good dead thing.
I'm curious. After Manu was fixed by the abbot, because previously Manu and Tegan both registered as tainted to the divine sense.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking as well. It's like, oh, let's take a look at the mirror. And since it's
Yeah,
going to be out for
that removed that from Manu, so he's back to his.
Does Manu have any? Does Dratari notice anything from Manu from?
From having used the mirror,
Yeah.
not having rolled a 4.
Oh. Okay.
Interesting.
And just to confirm, what does the rest of our party look like? Because I think this might be the first time I've used it with Eddie and definitely with Jack.
Mhm.
Then I guess myself, with me being alive again.
I mean, you detect that I'm a humanoid. It's
Yeah,
all
And
that's
your
fine.
alignment
Just a
is what your
humanoid.
alignment is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does. I don't think it even tells you what the alignment is, does it?
No, it just detects creature types.
Yeah, it just detects creature types, which is amusing, given how it's worded.
Oh, okay.
I,
'Cause I
I
was-
guess I guess I
It's-
just yelled out loud, "I'm good."
Because it reads verbatim, the presence of strong evil registers on your senses, but it just says you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead, which is amusing.
Okay.
That it's like you sense strong evil, and then it lets you detect celestials.
But
There's a reason for that.
it lets you detect those types of creatures, but it also does detect things like hallowed areas
Yeah,
and
right.
and similar.
Yeah, it doesn't
Um,
let you like detect alignment, for instance. So like in this case, like stuntman Eddie would come up as undead, and then but you wouldn't know that he's evil.
Yep,
Okay.
we've come a
I-
He
long.
could
We've
just
come a
be
long.
hiding it
We
really
have
well.
indeed come a long way from the Paladin Code having been quite truly detect evil, smite evil, repeat.
yeah.
Rinse, repeat. Yeah, it's also funny that in Divine Sense it specifically says, you know the type of any being, but not its identity, and then it says in quotes, the vampire Count Strahd von Zarevich, for instance.
Yeah.
That's the example that they give.
Okay. I guess my question was, could I tell that my alignment shifted down because I died? But I guess not. Because yeah.
Oh, it also
That-
wouldn't have from your resurrection because it
Yeah.
wasn't a dark resurrection.
That's gonna take
Okay.
more. That's
That
gonna
was-
take
yeah.
more soul searching on your part than a class ability.
I... Oh, well, there was going to be a lot more soul searching if I saw that it dropped. So that's what I was asking. Anyways. Alright, so I'll just leave it at that.
Just here
Uh,
quietly. Well, shit, I'm evil now. What was
Yeah.
that, Dratari? Nothing.
Don't worry about it.
so the mirror activated. Did it? already forgot how you described it, but did it seem to go off to kill Strozny? I know you said
Yeah,
I eventually heard the whispers again.
It seemed to fade away this second time. Yeah, it was like when it was used by Jack the night before, um, the assassin in the mirror kind of like faded away out of the reflection, and the whispers stopped. And then when he woke in the morning, the whispers were there again. And the same thing happened when Mono used it. Is the assassin kind of bowed, faded away out of the reflection. Whispers
Okay.
stop.
So the whispers stopped, but they haven't resumed again yet.
No, I'm assuming this is a maximum of 30 minutes after that happened.
Okay.
Or,
So
it could be up to 3 days after that happened, but I imagine you might want to use it 2 more times. So
yeah, that kind of. But yeah, Tegan's going to try and stay in even if anyone else goes to explore the manor or abbey or whatever at all, Tegan's going to try and stay in proximity of the mirror in order to be able to try and catch it when it resumes, or to see if it only resumes at a next day point. Otherwise, depending on Dratari's personal decisions about how she can handle exhaustion, Tegan's just going to try and take the time to teach literacy.
Oh yeah, and actually on that same note, after she casts it, she tries to not look at herself for a little bit, but tries to sneak a glance just to see like, okay, did what happened to me happen to did what happened to Tegan and Manu happen to myself? And it's like, oh, okay, cool. And even though there was a little bit of a moment on her face, like, oh, okay, phew, there was a little bit of some like she heard someone just yell at her some scathing insult and just continues on. But yeah, and then immediately after, so Tegan, how about scriptures again?
That's fine. And we can work on that. We work on that. Out of curiosity, does Dratari ask about the mirror?
I think she asked about it last night.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she like because you guys were saying that you already killed someone earlier, and then her immediate first question was like, "Oh, so you already sent it against Strahd, right?" Right.
Right?
We are
Right.
working our way up to that by testing the assassin against far weaker enemies and ones that don't have some degree of control of the darkness and curses of this land.
Oh no, yeah, we already discussed this last time as well.
Yeah.
That was her immediate response afterwards. But yeah, it's like she doesn't like it. She will keep her distance and probably won't give a name. But she's definitely allowing everyone else to use it, not
But
getting
yeah,
in anyone's way.
so for the 2 or 3 days of literacy training, Agatha,
Oh, actually,
how will that work out for
a literacy training,
Dratari?
yeah. And one thing
for
I do
Dratari,
want to ask on this one. At some point, I do want to have a little moment there of realization for her, like saying the words like "forvatar," wait, "forvatar." Sounds like "forvatar," and just like thinks to herself and immediately turns to Tegan and Manu if they're both there. Possibly Jack. Now I think of it. Does anyone know if there's any downside for writing in holy scriptures like notes? Like will that taint the magic?
That depends on the magic item, and that depends on the religion. Some religions you should have a separate notebook, a concordance, as it were, that helps you understand how you personally translate your scripture. Uh, other ones, you are allowed to make your own notes right on the script, right on the margins of the scripture.
Eh,
I don't know the particulars of what you were taught.
And honestly, I'm new to trying to read, but I just realized something. This sounds, and it's like, here, do you have like a pen and paper? Or like
I
a
will-
quill and paper, I guess.
I am 99.9% certain I don't, actually. I do not.
I guess we are in a monastery, but regardless, just like after acquiring the quill, wherever she can, she tries to jot down like so instead of writing down like FOR, just makes like 4 lines, and then for like what's R, just makes a little water symbol. Tries to almost like backward engineers any sort of sound like words to what like pictographically it could look like. Because she might not understand words, but she can definitely understand images. Like,
I
and
mean, yeah, if you want, you can make a do I gain any extra modicum of literacy at all check. I'm guessing that'd be a general intelligence check.
all right, what is my negative modifier on that? I think that's just a -1. Yep.
Given that Tegan is trying to help you,
That's making it possible at all. It's not going to give an advantage.
but can I be providing inspiration and guidance?
Oh yeah, you could do those. But yeah, it's not. You are technically assisting, but that assistance is making this role even possible. It's not giving. But yeah, inspiration and guidance, and what is that? Like a +4 and a +6, or plus a D4 and plus a D6.
That is correct.
And we're dealing with what are we saying? Which day this is? Or do we want to say that this is by the last day, or so it's only a -1? Check because of hangover, whatever we call it, death hangover.
Death hangover.
We'll say this is covering those 3 days, so
Okay.
ignore the penalty. I'm imagining you're spending a little bit of time over 3 days doing this.
Okay. So that was a D6 plus a D4. You said to a D20.
And then
That-
whatever your modifier for intelligence is.
I would make that a 16.
A 16?
16.
You are making slow progress, but you have developed kind of a pictogram shorthand. This is probably gonna hinder you in the long term, but in the short term, it's helping you get through a page in less time than 6 hours, because you've got your own like personalized hieroglyphs for these things. So yeah, you're making progress that is beyond negligible.
Woo! I can read like a first grader. At the sweet age of 31. Actually, I have no idea how old she is. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Deacon.
You have no idea how old your own character is.
I'm going to go ahead and pop this into the voice chat thing. That's from Xanathars. That's how they do the downtime of learning a new language.
Oh, really?
Learning an entirely new language.
Okay.
But yeah, the main thing is all the Xanathars downtime things are measured in 1 week at a time, and we are not spending a whole week here.
Mhm.
So
Just 3 days.
yeah.
But yeah, you can already tell that like she's beaming at the fact that she's able to make herself like a little cheat sheet
Mm.
and like think through some of this.
Plus, we're not teaching you any new languages. We're just teaching you how to read the one you know.
At one
And I
of
don't want to
three.
roleplay this scene, but I do think it would be a cute little montage if one of those sessions was with Vasilka, also with the book in front of her, just like looking in a
Who?
great dress.
Oh, Vasilka.
Oh,
Uh,
the flesh golem thing.
Yeah. And of course, I'm imagining at some point, like, I look over, she's already 3 pages ahead of me. Just somehow. Yeah. Anyways, anything else that folks want to do on their downtime? I'm a little bit broke, so I don't think I can do much shopping or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Same.
I'm rocking 10 gold right now.
I am rocking 0.8.
That's
Point
less.
8. Nice.
If
As another dawn
rocking
comes
15,
around,
baby.
you do notice that the mirror begins to whisper again.
Also, I
So
don't
it-
know why I have 2 sets of chain mail or scale mail in my inventory, but I shouldn't.
I
Boom,
immediately
deleted.
let Manu know that.
Oh, the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
it's such a useful tool, just checking off boxes already.
And Tegan will definitely, like, since we're already focused on solving some of the Velaki problems, let's go ahead and try and make sure that was his name, the Burgermaster's son, that was doing all kinds of animal and human experimentation crap.
I don't actually have his name written down.
You would know it, Viktor Volakovich. That was probably a whole ass year ago, the one and only time I said that name out loud. So, like, you would know it. It's fine if you didn't write it down at the time.
So yeah, if Tegan wants to use that for him, he can, or she can.
If Manu would rather not be the one to recite things to the mirror, then Tegan shall.
I mean, I'll do it. I have no problem with it.
Neither does Tegan, actually.
Well, this one's your name. He wasn't on my list, so you can do this one.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone gets a wish list.
And then I'll do a special name tomorrow.
Hey, wait a minute. I used mine on whoever you guys told me to. That's not fair.
It was
So
important.
Tegan
Your turn.
approaches and says, "Magic mirror on the wall, summon forth your shade. Next dark vengeance, heed my call and wield your murder blade." The same assassin that you've seen twice before appears before you, and you speak the name Viktor Volakovich, right?
That is what you said it is.
It nods and kind of fades out of the reflection, and the whispering fades.
At that point, Dratari just does pipe up, just like, I wonder if you do a different, like, phrase or song, if they would have, like, another, they could do something else for you. Other than just murder.
Beep bop a loop bop, summon forth your scat man.
Yes.
Really good, like.
Alexa, play. Yeah, there you go. Just Alexa, play Scatman. Slowed down by 500%. Anyways.
So,
that second day, I'll also, like, sending is just a great way to confirm the kill. So, I will also do sending to Isaac and just say the same thing I did to Fiona Walker. I'll just tell him good morning.
Yeah, unless they just choose not to respond.
New message, who
I'm
dis?
going to assume.
You're like, why the
There's
fuck
no
is this
response.
person sending me a message?
Choose not to respond, don't realize they can.
Yeah.
I do wonder if there is a difference in someone not responding because, well, like, maybe the message just outright not going through because the target is dead versus,
Your call could not be completed because the person you were
yeah,
trying to dial is in the underworld.
basically the actual spell is written in a vague enough way that I've seen DMs rule it so that either you do know if it completely fails because the target is either in another dimension and you failed that percentage roll, or they are dead. And I've seen DMs rule it so that you don't have any clue. You don't know one way or the other why they're non-responsive. So both, not only is it entirely up to Agatha, but we ourselves in character might not know how the rules on that work.
Also, I forgot to have you roll a d4. You did that hit.
D4. Enter. No, not 2D4. Stop doing that. Table plop. Screw you. D4. Send.
Oh no!
It is a 1.
Your alignment shifts to neutral evil. It was
Good.
not already there.
It was not. I entered Barovia neutral good. It is now neutral evil.
This place changes a person.
Quite literally. How aware, what is the degree of introspection and interoception that Tegan would have to be actually aware of the emotional shift? If
I
that
don't know.
question.
I mean, redirecting that question a little bit, do you want to role play having a visceral feeling of that happening, or do you want to role play being oblivious to it? I'll let you make that ruling if this is a shift in your alignment that you know or not.
I think because we had the word, Jack did it, magic item,
Did it.
spell, you did, mirror, sensed it, what it does. Starts with an I. So
You can do it. You're doing so good.
I would actually rather you help if you can think of the name of the spell. Identify.
Sorry.
Since Jack did do identify on the mirror, and we know that one of its things is that it can turn a person evil, I would like to think that Tegan, in having personally accepted the possibility, would also have tried to be aware of it, especially and specifically because we also learned that the mirror acts differently if used by someone who's evil. And so Tegan wants to know if she shifts, mostly so that she knows not to use it again.
Yeah, for sure. I would say in that case, you have noticed a darkness come over your soul when you spoke the words and sent out death in motion.
Tegan will try to, as circumspectly as possible, ask Dratari to use divine sense on her in order to, and ask if Dratari can sense anything different.
Sure. And then yeah, just like blinks, closes his eyes, and then opens them up a little bit more wide. And you said that, can I actually sense it or not? Because we kept
Yeah,
going back
did you
and forth.
just tell me that divine sense doesn't detect good or evil alignment? It's just celestial, fiend, undead.
Yeah.
It will in certain circumstances, like in cases of you can sense the presence of the hollow spell or divine reliquaries and stuff like that, where it's a divine magical effect or fiendish magical effect. It's up to the DM if the divine sense can sense it in those situations. Kind of like how you made the determination that Dratari can sense the changes that are left on us by the resurrection, by the dark resurrection. That was a determination you made about that, which Tegan still doesn't know, because Dratari still hasn't said. So Tegan is basically trying to ask, have the dark energies of this land been infused into me? And Tegan doesn't know that the dark energies of the land already did. So whether or not Dratari could sense anything additional or past that would also be completely at your discretion. And whether or not Dratari chooses this moment to tell Tegan that she already was correct.
Right.
Well, no, there's nothing new, but you already were. Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Oh no, you're still quite evil like last time.
You see, what had happened was.
But and actually, just to roleplay it out a little bit before, as Agatha is making their decision, I'm just imagining like you walk up to Dratari and just like, oh hey, like just imagine, oh sure, you need me to divine sense something? Sure, what do you need me to divine sense? Like thinking it's like an object or something. It's like, oh, sure. And then yeah, just flashes and
Yeah, I think Dratari, you are kind of getting that sulfur, nasty, evil stain from Tegan after that.
okay. Because I saw the undead in the mirror, could I tell that it's like directly because of that? Or like, can I define like the same kind of sense from each other, or not?
I mean, if you want to put that together, I'll allow you to put that together without making a roll for it.
Okay. In that case, just afterwards, just like, oh gee, oh you guys just used the. Did you guys just use the mirror again? Like, I'm imagining that she wasn't really there for that one because she kind of has enough with the mirror. But yeah, just like two Tegan's like, did you just use the mirror again?
I mean, this is kind of a very closed space, and Tegan was not being stealthy, and Tegan and Manu discussed this.
Oh yeah, I'm just imagining that she was kind of like
Yeah,
in the corner, still trying to write out her thing at that point.
Yeah, there was no attempt to be circumspect about it to anyone in our party.
But yeah, all I'll just say is like, you look. I tried to look at the mirror earlier just to see what it looked like, and you're showing the same sense as that, even more so than usual.
No, I think Tegan actually will ask, what do you mean by than usual? I was
Then
trying
I
to decide
thought,
if Tegan would ask or follow up on that.
when I first met both you and Manu and Stormy, both you and Manu had a very, you both had an aura around you. I mean, since we met the abbot, Manu no longer has it, but you already still had it from when I first met both of you. And now for you, it's even worse. But I mean, we would need to figure out where to get the gold and all that. But if it's something that you want help with, I remember my father having a uh, spell for something just like this. We just need a bit of gold and some silver.
Um, Tegan will pull out her 8 silver coins and ask, well, how much silver?
Let me. I think it was like 20. Oh,
It's
for the silver,
25.
right? Like 25. It's 25 gold piece of silver, or that is what they say in the thing.
Oh, wow. So, way more than Tegan has
Yeah, and
this time.
I only have 4.
And Tegan will actually kind of make the connection because Tegan actually
I've got
ha-
10.
T-
Everyone, turn out your pockets and break your piggy banks.
well, this would be
GP.
this would be 25 gold pieces worth of silver, and I doubt any of us are carrying that much coinage anymore. Given that Tegan already actually donated a bunch of her silver, the silver that she did have, to having Dratari use the same spell to make holy water before.
Yep.
Same night that Tegan made that vial of acid, actually.
Right, I forgot about that. But it has been a little bit. Maybe we can go down to the town to see if they might have some silver. Because by the sound of it, we do have enough gold. Between
At the
Jack's
same
10.
time, at
Okay.
the same time, Dratari, how do I put this? If this land has already put so much corruption into me now, and you can remove it later, maybe it's best to wait to see.
And
Wait to remove it until we're free of all of this.
Let's see how evil Tegan can get.
right.
Out
Are you
of character? Yes.
I mean, are you sure, Tegan? I don't want anything bad to. No.
Who's ripping whose face off now? You want crazy Tegan? You got crazy fucking Tegan.
Nicholas Tegan. Oh, give me a sec to think of that portmanteau. I'll think of it later.
Who is that, Nicolas Cage?
Nicholas Cage, yeah.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage and John Travolta were both in that movie.
John for
Face
Tegan.
Off. Gotcha.
Did that legitimately take you that long, Scout?
Yeah. Forgot about that movie.
Okay. I was gonna say Agatha's impression was pitch perfect. Nicolas Cage, anyways.
No, I only saw the
That
one.
is really cool.
Right.
Picture for stuntman Eddie. With the big old
And-
mirror on his back.
Yeah, I was very happy I was able to figure out that. It's just a big
Oh.
shield.
Wait, where is it?
In the out of game
It's all
chat.
that.
Oh, you've seen it. Steven.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh,
Anyways.
nice. You made that on Hero Forge or whatever that's
Yeah,
called?
yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Took me a second. Anyways.
Yeah, I was trying to make a different character who is a fish, and they don't have a single way to make a fish, so I was like, well, I'll make someone I actually can finish.
Anyways. Yeah, from that I was like, I mean, we can get the gold, but if you're sure, kind of like concerned looking, I just like eyebrows raised at that point.
Well, to be fair, that any resources we get in this area, in this land, the cost of curing me is the same as making more holy water. And if I'm going to be very, very blunt, I feel that the resources that would help us survive might be a better choice than
Drunk with dark power.
than trying to cleanse me of the dark energies of the land when the dark energies of the land may well just frankly reapply. And then trying to make it so that we spend those resources on curing me from something that may well be temporary and may well be able to be dealt with at a later time versus using those same resources to try and ensure we actually do manage to get out of here. It just seems more pragmatic. And I'm just going to go ahead and say this for fluff's sake, because so many evil people just think that they are being pragmatic. There
Oh,
is
yeah.
just something dripping with the way that Tegan said that.
No, yeah, I gathered that one. I was like,
It
and at
was
that point,
there was a lot of logic and facts being thrown around right there.
that's quite a lot of facts and logic. But yeah, at that point, Dratari just kind of like eyes are going, okay, we'll let it go for now. But we should also get you healed up before the big battle. I don't know what Strahd can do, but I don't think it helps with anyone turning to the dark side, as a fair.
Frankly speaking, before we met you, when we were in the woods with the four members of the magic missiles that entered this land together, Strahd managed to fully take control of everyone but me. When Strahd showed up again and tried to charm everyone, I once again was one of the few to resist him, and that time he fully took off with Irina. He manipulated and controlled her. I don't think it has to do with good or evil, because the first time, the paladin that was our friend from school, our classmate, was controlled and charmed. And I don't think I could think of a better example of goodness itself is not a protection from the powers of something like the ruler of this land.
I suppose you're right, but at the same time, well, I just don't want to see you hurting, I suppose. Even
Don't
if
get
it's
me
not
wrong.
through.
If we are preparing for that fight and we have the resources to spare, then we can definitely revisit this conversation.
I'll make sure that we have the resources. And just like kind of pats on the shoulder for that one, like completely optimistic, brilliantly smiling. Okay, we'll just make sure to get all the supplies ready for you for that.
Stuntman Eddie is just like silently thinking, "Damn, that's some of the coldest shit I ever heard." Tegan definitely evil now.
Oh shit.
I mean, yeah.
Eddie also doesn't really have a problem with that.
But yeah, just to finish up the conversation, it's like, look, you've been looking after not just me, but all of us. It's about time that at least one of us looks after you. And then goes back to the notes. Unless if there was like something else that we wanted to say. And that actually, one before we go, just please reach out if anything comes up. I would recommend not touching that mirror anymore, or at least not maybe have someone else touch the mirror for a bit.
Oh yes, we already know that if it energy saturate you and twist your mindset at all, that it becomes a much worse idea to use it ever again. So I think my time with the mirror is fully ended.
Hey, Jack. As in, like, for him to take it up next.
Puts his hand down and scooches away from the mirror, having been about something. Yes.
It's
We,
like,
you needed me.
yes, when you're.
If the eyes.
I think you, if the memory serves right, we accidentally used our wish for the mirror. I think you should get the next turn.
Well, now it's no fun.
Shit got
Okay,
real.
fine. I get your turn then.
Anyways, yeah.
Narrowed eyes. Better not turn it on me. I'll come back and haunt you, turtle boy.
If you're gonna let me use the mirror, I have a very specific name.
I don't give a shit. Honestly, since coming here, Jack doesn't really have anyone he wants dead aside
Yeah.
from, like, Strahd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm only about
But
Strahd.
he also hasn't met that many people.
Anyone's dead ever?
Outside of like village people who are like, ooh, a train that he built.
Yeah, I'm also not too. My enemy list is a single name.
There is, incidentally, one character that Jacques knows that might be a what the fuck revelation if that got casually mentioned in conversation. But that's neither here nor there in this conversation.
My enemy list consists of 3 names. Me, myself, and I. And I'm definitely not turning the assassin loose on me myself. The booze is doing that just fine, thank you.
Unless any other of the party are making counter arguments for a different target. Manu has a target.
Yeah, go for it, Manu.
And at this one, Dratari does specifically like get up to look at the ceremony full with the senses going, just to make sure like what's going on.
I'll actually, Stuntman Eddie will put a giant skeletal hand on Manu's shoulder and say, "Hey, speak your truth." And then just kind of turns around with the mirror for access.
And I will speak the words, and the name I give the assassin is Vasily von Holtz.
Interesting.
Who was that?
Okay, yeah, I'm not the only one. Then.
Yeah, I'm looking through the page right now. I'm like, ooh,
I have him written down as Wachter and other accountant, had the crates placed in the coffin maker's shop, and that he lives in the village of Barovia.
Good.
So we
call.
haven't
that
even
is
met
also
him, right?
a name.
No, we've never met him.
That is also a name that
Yeah.
Jacques recognizes.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
Wait.
This
that's
is
crap.
really just a grudge
For
call
sure.
for me.
Wait,
I
how do I
mean,
know
But
this
yeah.
person?
as you say that,
Wait.
um,
Or actually, no, go ahead.
as you say that, the assassin appears and looks at you, and sort of continues to look at, like that's not a thing. That's not a thing he knows how to do. That's not an address he has.
Yes, it is. Do it, Vasily von Holtz. Kill him.
So
Just
You
continue.
sure
I
if
that's
command
the
Tegan's
right
you.
name?
there, Tegan's going to try to say, I think you can go ahead and try to. Well, no, you can't sending someone you don't know at all, but I think that means he's probably already dead.
How do
Well,
I
that's
know
easy.
this person? Why do I recognize this name?
Or maybe.
Can you find interstitial, or is that hidden? It was in the out of game chat, and you would have to open
I don't
up
see it.
the.
It's not available anymore. It's been a hot minute since we've done that, so I'm just not like. There's just dial-up tone in my head right now.
In game or in real life?
Yes.
In brief, let me. On. No, that's not what I'm trying. That's not. What
Calm down. Go lay down. Don't you
I was
look
gonna
at
say,
me
was
like
that the old AOL like chat? Whatchamacallit?
When
Yes.
someone comes online, that door opening sound.
Yes.
Exactly. It sounded exactly like that from here.
I think it was it was just my chair creaking, but it was oddly
Uh,
accurate.
sorry, Rick. Your chair is now copyright infringing.
DMCA'd.
Yep. DMCA by AOL.
Oh shit! Why are you trying to kill him? Fuck you!
What?
Well, it
What?
might bring you some comfort to know that he failed. It might bring you less comfort
Oh.
to know the reason why he failed.
This was just a grudge kill, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to see
This
if he-
was
Mono just seeing if he could. If he would.
I have like 3 more names that
I guess
It's-
we'll go on to the next name.
I literally have a hit list.
But it seems like Jacques is protesting that
Oh,
last name.
Very much
And
so, yeah.
and also the assassin doesn't seem to know what to do with that.
Why do you why do you have a thing against? I mean, he's not going anyway. Look, he's still there, like an idiot.
What is your problem with Vasily? I suggest you answer carefully.
He got us killed. That's as carefully as I can answer that.
He got you killed.
Not me.
Tegan will
I mean,
actually try
later.
to calm the situation down by going. He is the one who made sure that the relics of a saint were removed from the church they belonged in. He is the one who made sure that the person who was holding on to those relics for the time being had a cadre of vampire spawn also stored in the same area.
That does not sound like the man I know.
And he's the one who was acting as the financing officer for a lot of people who were using their money to hurt others. using their wealth and status to hurt others. That is our objection to him. Is he was behind having set up. It wasn't designed for us, but it was designed to make sure that anyone who would try to ensure that there was a holy site that would be protected from Strahd's interference. He's the one who helped ensure that that fell apart. Now, how much of that was him acting beyond his orders or him enacting the orders of those that he served? There's a point past which you can't just say, I was just following orders and ignore what decency was expected of you. And ever so bluntly, he passed that by a lot. And he helped enact the oppression of people. At least the one we knew or had heard of. We'd never actually met this person. Whether that's the same as the person you knew, I don't know. But I may not have thought of that as Manu did, but I definitely support that decision.
But Jacques,
Yeah.
how do you know him on your end? Admittedly, this all happened before I joined our little crew here. Before I joined the what was your little name? Magic Missiles. Magic Missiles.
That was
It
our
was.
name. That was the group from our school. That was what we called ourselves as our group in our school.
Yeah.
I don't think that name. Tegan looks around, lingers on Manu, but then looks at Jacques, looks at Stuntman, looks at Dratari. It's like, I don't think that name applies to the group that we have become now.
It's like having the band have the same name, but it's only the bassist left, and they only
Right.
sing 2 songs.
If Ringo tried to claim the name the Beatles.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, you do have Leonard Skinnard, who died in a plane crash, but then Leonard Skinnard, who are all of the original band's kids.
Leonard Skinnard.
So.
I'm surprised they didn't already make that as their name. But anyways,
Yeah,
you should think of a name later. But, oh yeah.
Since that one didn't work, I'll just kind of frustratingly give it the name Nikolai Wachter.
Oh man.
These are some good polls.
It pays to
put some
take
thought into
notes.
this.
I've written down a lot.
It should be noted now that Jack is paying intensely close attention now.
The names.
But specifically the name Nikolai Wachter, do you mean the husband, the late husband of Lady Fiona Wachter, or do you mean the older of her 2 sons, which y'all haven't really interacted?
Yeah, we had good relations to her kids, and her kids did not seem to be that much in her favor.
Oh, did they? I don't remember our interactions with them. I just kind of figured. I just kind of figured if she's dead, then they might try something, and I don't want that.
Oh, I
Do
thought
you
were
remember
just,
when we were in the tavern and met some of the huntsmen that were actually native to the town. I'm pretty sure her sons were two of the wolf hunters.
No, that
No,
was
those were two.
Yevgeny and Soldar.
Two different groups of two people in the same tavern.
That was Yevgeny Krushkin and Soldar Soldarovich.
That wasn't even. I figured that you were just still mad about that trap door we had to deal with. But anyways,
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, if that's what you choose to do, you may select Nikolai Wachter as a target.
Yeah, I'm gonna give his name.
any objections? Looking back at Jack.
Well, here's the issue. Manu says the phrase. Would Manu have discussed the target for the mirror before having actually activated it? Or would Manu have just started activating it and then said the name, and when the assassin hears the target, that's the first that we would have heard of it?
That would have
That's
been the
up
first
to
you heard of
Manu.
it.
That's up to Manu. I'd say if he tries Vasily von Holtz and that's not working. If Steven, you want to say, well, fuck, Nikolai Wachter, and you're like looking around, you can wait for feedback, or you could also decide, oh fuck, not him, then Nikolai Wachter. Fuck it, that's my next target. Like you could do, like you're allowed to say you do it without without waiting for feedback.
Yeah, I wouldn't wait for feedback. Like he's on the list just because I think her sons would try something if she's dead. Like
There's two of
they
them.
would try for
we
a
do
power
realize
grab.
there's two of them, but
I meant
okay.
I can still use the mirror again.
I
That
mean,
is true.
at that, the assassin would go off before Tegan had the chance to actually verbalize her list of objections that we don't know. We don't know that her sons are as tyrannical as her. We don't know that her sons actually have any plots, plans, or designs of their own.
The
Tegan
shining
isn't
lights of Barovia.
Yeah,
Struck
Tegan.
down in their prime by an unnamed, unknown assassin.
Tegan's not going to try and say we don't know if they deserved it or not, but Tegan will basically heavily walk around not saying that. And yeah, this would probably become an argument after the fact, but the dude is already condemned at that point.
But Manu, roll another d4 for me. This one you're hoping to beat 2.
2.
You are your alignment shifts to neutral evil, and Tari notices.
He definitely notices. Basically now confirming what she thought in the first place.
Well,
It looks like the mirror finally had its effect on you, Manu.
It didn't have an effect. I'm fine.
Oh, it did.
Well, I don't feel any different. I feel really good.
Oh, yeah, but that. Does Manu have any response to that?
What would you say exactly?
Oh, tried to tell the abbot that.
He'll understand.
So yeah, the assassin fades away. The whispering subsides. You would be allowed to take another long rest, and upon the time wake, Tari would be about back up to full capabilities.
Yeah, and at that point also, Tegan has two major points, and my brain is already kind of falling apart too much for me to think of how I'd fully roleplay it. But A does object to having send it after one of the Wachter children, given that we don't know. Tegan doesn't feel like we knew enough to justify sending the assassin after them. And also, Tegan is going to emphasize to Manu the same thing that she told Dratari about her using it any further, which is we knew from Jack's Identify that it doesn't work correctly for people who become tainted by it, who get shifted to being evil by it. And so
Well, it still works correctly for people with an evil, and it still will work correctly for somebody whose alignment shifts to evil with the use of it. But the appearance of the assassin is different based if you are aligned evil or not evil, so neutral.
Well,
so far you've only seen the humanoid non-evil summon. Or
nevertheless,
summon,
we were told that the mirror works differently if you are tainted, corrupted, evil, whatever. And regardless of how much I may have misunderstood it or Tegan may have misunderstood it, she is also going to extremely heavily caution Manu away from further use of it. There's going to be an extent to which that's how she feels, but she won't actually actively stop him from using it if he tries to. Very much so to sate her own curiosity. But she's going to caution you. If you disregard her, she'll stand and watch and wait. But she also, after the disagreement about having used it for the target that you did, she's also going to suggest that we at least have some kind of consensus amongst us before sending it out against too many others. Because when sending it against Fiona Wachter, we had a huge conversation and we all agreed that it was worth using. And after the Isaac Strasny poll, Tegan gave you a lot of credit and was going to just let it go. And that trust is no longer there.
And during the meantime... Oh, go ahead.
And also, before Tegan used it, she mentioned who she was intending, and that was a discussion as well. So Tegan's going to suggest there's conversations before use and agreements, or at the very least, no disagreements.
Yeah, there's definitely some diminishing returns on like how purposefully targeted your aim was from the first, second, and third one.
Yeah.
And fourth.
It makes it funny.
Well, we are. I will say we are just a few uses away from campaigns that.
Well, I mean, we can still try to use it against some of the bigger targets. Baba Saga and Strahd, we haven't even tried. I would rather work our way up than work our way down, especially since working our way up from Fiona Wachter was part of our original intent when we used it on her. And I would rather topple tyrants than persecute their children.
Fair, that wouldn't be necessarily persecuted as much as, well, for that one, just trying to not have revenge kills.
Oh,
But
I
then
am
again-
under this part will actually be in character. I am under no illusions as to how war is waged and empires are built, but I don't think that's what we're trying to do here with Velaki or Barovia or any of this. And while I do want to help the people if possible, I don't think going after Walker's kids, and she is just side-eyeing Manu a lot throughout saying any of this. I don't think that was part of it. Going after the former burgomaster's brute, sure. Going after the person, like I justified my name choice, who was doing horrid and torturous experimentation on animals and working his way up to people. Absolutely. But there's a difference between toppling tyrants and toppling those who have misused power versus going after those that you think or fear they might end up abusing power. There's quite the difference there.
That is true. That's pretty true. Yeah. So I guess
I know it's true. That's why I said it.
So I guess we can leave her other son alone.
I'm gonna have fun role playing evil Tegan. I'm just going to dedicate myself to having fun with
Tegan
playing.
is
And
fucking
actually,
done with being nice.
and at that, probably
The
some,
T in Tegan does
It's
not
like
stand for
Tegan on
tactful.
edge.
right? And probably at some point for that conversation, Dratari kind of like tries to blend out of the scene and see if she could, like, is there a place where the abbot probably would be?
Yeah,
Like-
around. Depending on the time and day, you could find him if you want to have a conversation, or just specifically ask a question of information.
Yeah. Okay, I guess she would probably at least wait for the end of the conversation, but then afterwards try to find the abbot. Just for a quick word, as it were.
Hey, Abbott.
Sir, Abbot, I realize I never properly thanked you for bringing me back to life. So, like, still, like, somewhat thankful, but also leery of him because of previous engagements.
No need, my child. It is all by the graces of the morning. I'm so glad he saw fit to bring you back.
At least someone was. But that's neither here nor there. I don't really want to be too much of a nuisance on you on this, but is there something I can do for services of silver? Is there something I can do? Do you happen to have extra silver that I can do in exchange for helping you in some fashion? Don't have much
Well,
gold on me, but I have my arm and my sword and my shield.
I feel at this point it might be invasive to ask again for the flesh of one of your companions. That is something my heart does desire. You have already brought me this wonderful dress for Vasilka. I cannot seem to think of Anything else I might require from you, my... I do seem to still be in debt to you and your companion. One more favor. You may wish to bank this favor if you need resurrection, similar services again. But should you find just a small amount of silver is more imminently needed, you could certainly trade that favor out. Some silver. What do you
She
require?
Oh, sorry. What was the last part? I thought you were done.
What
there.
do you require? Like,
Okay.
what volume do you require?
She does open her mouth for one moment. It's like I just like trying to decide. It's like I would need enough to save both of my friends, but I know that having a means of bringing bringing people back with the grace of the Morning Lord, of course, would probably be more prudent, I suppose.
Indeed.
And yet it's almost like kind of defeated, just like, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I just turns away.
Please, feel free to treat these with the caveats, except those you know. Stay out. Scary, scary.
I don't know about that habit. Friends are, well, I don't know. They're less scary than you think. Just with a slight smile and then just like turns away.
Y'all have got Dratari up to full. I think that would mean this next dawn you wake and once again the mirror is whispering. Dratari, you're feeling back to yourself again. You're all probably getting anxious to get on the road. You haven't said so much and we haven't role played it. I imagine some of you might have spent some time in the garden or whatever, but otherwise it just seemed like all five of you have been spending time in this room that has 2 beds in it for 4 days.
Yeah.
I
which
would
is
have
fair.
I would have just gone outside to get air, walk around a little, but I wouldn't have like
Hmm.
gone to the town or talked with
Right.
anybody.
I mean, I
I'm
figured that.
Y'all,
I'm standing
awake?
upright, listening, not moving at all, hours at a time. It's like completely unbothered to not move.
you
not
have
speak,
become a
nothing.
standing mirror.
I will have asked Manu to, for the sake of these days, as a less of an arcane priest like she is, cleric, or Manu is a true and full cleric. And thus she would kind of ask, do you have the ability to prepare and provide for us food and water? Directly referencing create food and water spell from the cleric spell. And it's like, so that we don't have to go to town or depend upon our rations for those of us that have some.
Well, Jack is gonna go to town regardless to peddle his trinkets. So.
And trade his trinkets and wares and work.
What are you trying to sell
Ajit has
specifically?
wares if you have coins. Meanwhile, next to him, Jack.
Enchantment?
Enchantment.
I mean, we kind of did just.
Excellent choice.
I miss that kid.
I know.
We did just blaze past it, but did we actually want to try to get a tattoo from Jack? Tattoos?
A fair warning though. Jack only does tramp stamps.
Our trade? Like, did we want to do that moment or no? We did
Yeah,
have
if
3
you want
days to chill. Like,
Okay,
what's the
so,
limitation? Oh, go ahead.
sorry. So since I basically was only using sending, that is actually pretty smart using create food and water. So I would have been doing that every day except for today, except for this last day. I'm not going to prepare that.
And Tegan
I've
will
always preferred create wine and funk over create food and water, but
Well, unfortunately, we don't have any genies in the party that actually have that ability to use that spell to make wine and actually good food. So Tegan will have been using prestidigitation to flavor her own and anyone else who wanted it from the otherwise bland, almost gruel that spell makes by default. But
You say
you
that, I
know,
still apparently have...
Jack's eaten worse, honestly. He's used to life with hardtack and stuff like that, or various we'll call them meats.
so you were
Yeah.
saying stuff about what Jack was doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically here as traveling as a salesman of trinkets and incredibly minor magical trinkets and stuff. So he's basically just trying to peddle those while we have downtime.
Yeah, there is a shop in town.
Literally magical tinkering.
Unless you have like a specific mechanic that determines the value of these items. I don't know,
Nope.
make a barter check, whatever that would be.
There's
Charisma,
no like
probably charisma,
cost on
persuasion.
it, but
This is the second artificer I've heard of that is a traveling salesman. The other one being me from another campaign.
well, it just kind of worked out that way, It was
Oh, no,
it was as good an excuse for him to wander around this new land.
Oh, no,
It's-
that's exactly what I did for mine for
well,
Potioneer.
it's fun. It's funny too because he's got a charisma of 10, so he's not very good at it. But that just goes to show that he's doing it out of necessity rather than anything else. It's because that's
yeah.
not what he did back home.
Yeah.
He's just like, well, I guess I can sell. I don't know. Look, a feather that sheds light. Ooh, money, please.
Yeah, go ahead and make a charisma
I need
check,
money
or a
to
persuasion check.
travel.
Oh, actually, hang on. If we're just gonna be there anyways, can I try to help out for the like pizzazz and like just I try to huck stuff for him as well?
Are you gonna be like Vanna White displaying what she's won, Johnny? Sure. You can make that persuasion check with advantage.
I'm gonna level with you. I'm making it with a normal because on the one hand we have Zaz, on the other hand we have Jack Jr. just standing there creepily going. So like.
Fair enough. And you
See,
know what? For giving yourself that imposition, I'll give you a point of advantage or inspiration.
I would love
words.
the inspiration if I didn't already have it.
Tight.
But I'll take it in spirit.
Yeah.
You can have a way to go, champ.
A gold star.
A pat on the bottom and an attaboy.
Consensual, otherwise it's fucking weird.
Well, yeah. Come on.
But
Come on,
anyways,
of course.
I
got a 15. So.
Okay. I will say you are able to get 150 silver out of the transaction.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Nice.
I like that it's in silver. Eyeballs Dratari.
Oh yeah, I misheard that. So that was in silver, not gold.
I'd be impressed if I made 150 gold off these years, all right?
I mean, you should be impressed you made 15 gold off those, but
yeah. Well, I am
you
impressed
made a
with that
15
too.
persuasion.
Yeah, I rolled pretty well. That
Very
doesn't
nice.
usually happen, so I'll take it. I like to think it was Dratari's shining influence, like trying to scoot Jack Jr. back while he looks all offended and angry. What?
And actually, you're trying to put like all the skills that she learned how to huck like her own scripture to now
Yeah.
trying to huck all of the little gadgets and gizmos for you.
Look, it's a top that spins on his own.
Yeah.
Now you don't even have to spin it. Ooh.
Yeah, I was trying to make an infomercial joke, but I was like searching for a name, and I'm not 100% sure that Billy Mays is one. I
Billy
think it
Mays
is, but I'm
here.
not. I think it is.
But
Or
there
I was
what
not
about the,
confident
Don't
enough to
use
just
this
bust that
self-fit-
name out and be like, "This is an appropriate time to say that." In case I was.
what about the go with the slap chop guy? You're gonna love my nuts guy.
Oh wow! I
don't
don't think I
bring the
know that poll.
self-spinning top when
You're
you're
not
trying to
familiar
do
with that one?
extraction or
Oh my god.
inception.
It was
Don't
so
do,
it was a
don't do it
slap.
in
The
Dream
slap
Castle.
chop was like a It was basically something where you put the thing inside the cylinder and then you slap the top of it and the blades the blades
there you go.
spun. And yeah, one of the lines that they had him say was after he slaps it and chops up a bunch of nuts, he just says, "You're gonna love my nuts." And
is
that made
your
it to
Steel
TV,
Defender's
so
new catchphrase.
yeah, you're gonna love my nuts. I also like one of the things you could do with the magical tinkering is make it emit an odor or a non-verbal sound. So I could literally just make stink bombs, I guess. So that'll be fun. Long recorded message, a 6-second long recorded message. Literally just record Jack Jr. screeching, I guess. It's a fun little effect.
Does Jack know that he's scamming these people?
Yep.
Okay.
He's well aware.
Okay.
That's why he's a traveling salesman.
These objects are no good after X amount of time. I take it.
Absolutely.
He can only have so many created, and once he makes more,
Yep.
the old
Like,
ones stop working.
Disappear, yeah.
four at one time. He is well aware he's scamming these people. Don't you worry your pretty little head, Tegan.
Tegan doesn't know. Tegan is not leaving the room, and you're
Ship
going all the
guys.
way to the village.
Yep. I just wanted to see the village people.
Plus, even if Tegan did see you doing this, assuming that she was a really good student in the Adventuring Academy that teaches you about actual class mechanics, trying to assume that she was so good of a student that she was paying that much attention to how artificers work is no, she wasn't. I'm not even going to make a roll for that. No, she wasn't.
Also, I need to remember to actually ask you two about your time at the school, because especially now that she's trying to learn something and actually being able to do it, like I feel like that's going to be a conversation for the road.
You know, Stuntman Eddie went to school also.
School of Hard Knocks?
Knocks.
Yeah.
Sorry, the first thing that came to mind was
He's very proud of it too.
Tenacious D, so.
He's the first in his family to go to there.
He was a valedictorian.
He comes from a family of educators, so
First in his family, but
first it is to venture outside the walls of the academy.
he has a family full of nerds, you're saying.
I particularly like that idea of that background for a
Right?
wild magic barbarian who's from a family of magic users and was shunned for not being a magic user, and then suddenly, yeah.
He would, Stuntman Eddie used to get in trouble all the time for doing kickflips with books in the library.
I feel like there's a portmanteau.
I'm
that's
I'm
just not
trying
gonna
to
fit.
figure out like he needs a temporary motorcycle replacement. Like I need to get like a second shield to Legolas ride it downstairs and stuff.
Well,
There's
I mean,
something
Dratari's been
coming
making
up
the joke.
that is a quest item that you need to take from where you get it and leave it somewhere else. And I've been thinking about this in my head. When Eddie sees this thing, he's not going to want to take it anywhere that he has to leave it behind. This is his new thing. But that's
mean-
spoilers for something coming ahead.
All right, I'll keep an eye out. I won't try to force it then, knowing that at some point something will come along.
But the thing is, it's a quest item that you can't keep. It's like it's
Ah.
fun to like role
That's-
play the
well,
reluctance,
you
but
say
like,
that,
need
but-
it to do something.
You
My
say I can't keep it.
my thing
But
or
we
thought
have to win.
is basically taking a heavily refluffed, reskinned version of the ritual caster feat as basically being an engineering thing instead of having a ritual book, and being able to ritual cast Phantom Steed and have that 100-foot speed 1 HP motorcycle operating at an hour at a time.
But
Hear
can
me
you
out.
afford
A
a
literal
tail?
hog. Just a pig. Just like a big old feral pig.
Not just any pig, a were pig. Dun dun dun.
I have run previously and would gladly run again a group of bandits that are led by a Medusa that rides a Gorgon. So you have a giant iron bull that spews out petrifying fog being ridden by, well, a Medusa. So,
A Gorgon riding a Gorgon?
yep, a Gorgon riding a Gorgon.
If I can get me a couple floating discs and a bit of
Gorgonception?
Okay, Gordon. Thanks. We can do this shit. Happy Gordon.
Yep.
Anyways.
I mean, Ritual Caster can also let you do the floating disc part, so.
True that.
And
Isn't it?
Kaladesh, the Kaladesh thing from when they were doing the Plane Shift series actually had a alternate version of Ritual Caster that had that engineering focus. Anyway,
Yeah, is there anything you're doing with 4 days worth of spell slots and abilities, or anything else before you hit the road? You ready to head? I am still a little confused if the next destination is directly to Berez or going a little bit out of your way and backtracking to see what's up at the tower first.
I was heavily under the impression that the tower, because any backtracking to the tower would take way, way longer. Was anyone not under that impression?
What's at the tower? I don't
It's
remember
where
that.
Esmeralda was going, and it might be where Von Richten had been. It may well be where Van Richten is or was, and that's what Esmeralda was looking for.
Uh-huh.
And so,
Okay, yeah.
and
I think when we were talking earlier about speeding things up, I thought that Berez and Esmeralda were the same location.
well,
So
she
is
might
this-
not be at the tower, but the tower may or may not have information about vampire fighting.
Gotcha. Well, I'm done for the tower.
Yeah.
We'll just since it's a side thing, we'll just hustle it and then get over to Berez. Side things are great when they stay side things.
I was
doesn't
thinking
always-
if we wanted to
sometimes that
take
doesn't happen.
a 15 here real quick and meet back, probably say the party has got to that location. Let's say 5 or 6 minutes past the top of the hour is a loose 15
Yeah.
minutes from now.
That sounds great to me.
Sure.
Okay.
See y'all in a bit.
Yep. getting some static and shit.
I don't hear it.
My headset's acting like a weirdish way. Realistically speaking, what's happening is the active noise canceling isn't. Instead of it doing the sound wave interaction where the sound waves cancel each other out, it's just picking up my computer's fan when it's going full blast and playing it kind of static.
I see.
It still is reducing the sound that I get from my fan a lot, actually, but it's not working quite completely correctly. But as long as the actual audio mics on the headset aren't broadcasting that static to everyone else, I'll just deal with it as it when it's done. But when I have Discord doing video and table plop in the background and a bunch of tabs up on there with PDFs and websites and whatnot, it heats up a lot quickly. So I need to turn its performance mode up to full speed. Full thermal. Have to have it. It's just you think a designed to be a high performing gaming laptop would handle these better, especially given that it's supposed to have a lot of heat sink unique properties and features.
You assume, I think.
It's just a turn of phrase. It's a turn of phrase, not
Shitty joke.
That being said, I could totally see that in like a shonen anime. Kind of. Seems like you assumed that I could think.
I swear I've heard that somewhere.
It probably is somewhere. I don't watch enough anime to say where it could have come from.
I like to think that my first character in the initial campaign has mental effects because he's considered mindless. He's too stupid. I mean, he's not a mutant. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the DM to try and use like a spell on him, so I can be like, it doesn't work.
That just makes me think of the story of the paladin / barbarian who really hated demons, and was face to face with some type of devil, and the devil was like, "But wait, I understand that you hate demons, but I hate demons too. I'm not a demon. I'm a devil. It's a very different thing." And the barbarian paladin stopped for a moment, really thought and considered, and the party was waiting and wondering, like, what happened? Is this argument actually going to work on this? And the player, in an absolute moment of epicness, screamed, "I hate demons, and devils are just demons with more paperwork," and he started just hacking into it. It's like, oh my god. Story.
Also, I just realized, Paladin Barbarian, are you just playing the Doomslayer?
Yeah,
Good guy.
actually, basically at that point.
I like that. Oh god,
Devils are just demons with more paperwork. And oh no, I'm sorry. Devils are just demons with more paperwork, and I can't read. That I can't
Read.
Of course, I can't read part of the Paladin, apparently.
I guess.
Por qué no los dos?
Well, at that point, I don't know. I just love the fact that apparently my Barbarian can read, but my Paladin can't. Or like barely be able to
I miss the days of as a barbarian. You had to spend like actual skill points to learn how to read.
Unless you were a human, or I think
Yeah.
depending on certain movement classes would also auto-grant. But
Yeah, but in general.
as a straight classed barbarian, you had to spend 2 skill points to become literate.
Although part of me is kind of glad that I can now have like a yeah, no, my Paladin just grew up as an urchin in the streets and only really got into like a structured learning when she was already 18. So basically never had to learn or read beforehand, and now that she's older in life, it's like now it's hard to figure out.
I really want to make like I don't know, like I know it's a terrible class, like a purple dragon knight or something, like a really big like support, like leadership class, support class, and then that way I can just keep saying I was elected to
Not to
read.
I keep hearing people say that the banneret is a bad subclass of fighter, and I'm sorry, I disagree. If I will grant that its low-level features are not that great, but
Sure.
as it levels,
The high level features are fun.
yeah, as it
create
levels
some
up and
characters.
it gets the ability to do things like share Indomitable with the party,
Let's create some
and
characters.
stuff like that. It's like, this is a good class. Kind of like the Phantom Rogue.
Let's create some characters.
At levels 1 through 8, it's barely better than a subclassless rogue. But once
Let's
it
create
gets
some
that
characters.
level 9 feature and can actually use its lower level features regularly, it's a really
Let's create some
cool,
characters.
fun, interesting class. And as it gets to even higher levels, it becomes even cooler and
Let's
more
create some characters.
Yeah,
It just-
the real problem is that most campaigns don't go past like the low level stages.
Let's create some characters.
And yeah, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about that.
Let's
and
create some characters.
I've already shared some of them with you as I talked about the possibility of having a campaign
Let's create some
that
characters.
didn't allow full casters, specifically so I didn't have to deal with high-level full caster stuff.
Let's create some
while I
characters.
could also still let everyone else get to their high-level class features and abilities.
Let's create some characters.
That's
I mean,
That's-
there's obvious.
Let's create some characters.
DM workarounds. Like for the most part, most
Let's create some characters.
Past, like, and like most of the campaigns that like most of the
Let's
modules
create some
that
characters.
you design don't go past like level 12. They're purposely designed to.
Let's create some
end,
characters.
Like, the mid levels.
and I once again
Let's
have a
create
lot
some
of
characters.
thoughts and feelings and opinions about all of that, but
But that's why it's like.
Let's create some
people say
characters.
They're bad classes is because they don't get to see what they can do because they're.
because it gets cut off.
Let's create
yeah.
some characters.
Which class?
Things like the
Banneret,
Purple Dragon Knight or
Purple
Banneret
Dragon Knight.
Fighter
Let's create some characters.
Or the Phantom Rogue. Basically, any of the classes that don't get
Let's create some
a lot of
characters.
their actually neat or significant features until later on.
Let's create some characters.
And this is especially problematic for fighters and rogues and rangers and
Let's create some characters.
basically not casters.
Yeah, that makes sense. 'Cause
Let's create some
you can't really
characters.
do much at the beginning. It's just like you can do some damage, and that's
Which is funny because
create some characters.
The early levels are where the martial are considered good because they don't have
Let's create
to
some
rely
characters.
on, like the higher level spells and stuff, which to me is just comedic that the base class.
Let's create
is
some
so good
characters.
at early level, but once you hit like level 5 or 6, that's when the magic.
Let's create some characters.
Outclassing you. The martial classes don't get anything else that even competes with them until like level.
Let's create some
14 or
characters.
15 when the game is already.
Yeah.
It's
And-
just kind of the design choice there is just kind
Let's
of.
create some
comedic.
characters.
Like I get that martials should definitely be more powerful in the early stages of the game. And
Let's create some characters.
I said the Moon Druid.
Okay. That's why I said
Let's create some
supposed to be.
characters.
But and to be fair, they're completely gutting it in 1D, so they know it's a.
Let's create some characters.
Yeah.
They're gutting it to the point where there's no point in playing Druid anymore.
Let's create some characters.
But at the same time, that's the first pass of a playtest. I do want to
Let's
point
create
out
some
that.
characters.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like, I haven't looked.
Let's create some
super
characters.
Hard at most of the 1D stuff, mainly because my first impressions of it killed.
Let's
any,
create some
like,
characters.
an interest I had in it.
And likewise, but also I had kind of already
Let's create some
lost
characters.
interest in them doing the way that they are.
Let's create some
doing
characters.
1D, where it's all a living document thing.
Yeah.
When they came out with
Let's create some
Mordenkainen
characters.
and Monsters of the Multiverse and completely deleted off of D&D
Let's create some characters.
all Bolos and some of those content, including all of the extra content like
Let's create some
I
characters.
didn't even realize they did that. That's ridiculous. What the fuck?
they deleted all of the Tome of Foes content.
Let's create
about
some characters.
making better cultists. They've deleted all of the Bolos content about substituting Beholder eye rays.
Let's create
You
some
cannot
characters.
buy those books anymore.
That's ridiculous. Like they completely.
Yeah.
Let's create some
So
characters.
the concept is, if that's the way they're going to be with 1D,
Let's create some characters.
no. They blew my trust.
Let's
for
create some
how they
characters.
would handle 1D&D with how they handled that book released in 5e.
Let's create some characters.
Like the stuff in the Monsters of the Multiverse was cool, but it should
Let's create some characters.
get rid of all the content you've released in a book in several books.
Let's
before.
create some
That's
characters.
ridiculous.
And yeah,
It should just be an additional option that you have.
yep.
Let's create some characters.
And that pisses me off and lost basically all of my
Let's create some
trust
characters.
of Wizards of the Coast well before the OGL.
Fiasco.
Let's create some characters.
So, and
Let's create some
for
characters.
the OGL fiasco, they're still trying to say that what they released was supposed
Let's
to just
create
be a
some
draft.
characters.
And it's like, well, if it was a draft, and they're saying
Why'd
that
you
people just-
fucking release it?
well, no. I can understand.
Let's
what
create some
they're
characters.
saying happened, which is that it was a draft and that there was something to sign that was an NDA.
Let's create some
about
characters.
Not talking about the draft too much or something else like that. And so when people had
Let's
to
create
sign
some
that
characters.
NDA, they thought that meant that they were signing the OGL's draft, and that's part of the confusion and all of
Let's
that.
create some characters.
It comes from how we sent it out. We realized that we sent it out in a way that it was packaged oddly and
Let's create some characters.
Misunderstanding. You want us to believe that story? Show us.
Let's create some characters.
Release it. let us see what these people saw.
Let's
if you
create some
want us to
characters.
believe that that's what it was. But they won't. They don't.
Let's create some
And
characters.
that's a clear sign to me that they're still lying. And I do not.
Let's
cannot
create some
trust
characters.
It
No,
is.
that's alright. It's
Let's create some
I would
characters.
say close to dinner time. It's not that close to dinner time.
Let's create some characters.
Steven back?
Glaring at us.
Other Steven? Manu?
Let's create some characters.
He just posted something on the voice chat. But oh, there you go.
Let's
I am
create some
currently
characters.
stuffing my face.
I was momentarily as well.
Let's create some characters.
Right?
Let's create some characters.
Oh, that's usually how I speak.
To be fair, I had not.
Let's create some characters.
But yeah, I just wouldn't want to keep talking and bullshitting if everyone was
Let's
done
create some
already.
characters.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish. Oh, and
Let's
also
create some
your,
characters.
Note there. Yeah, no, I have that in the back of my mind for the past few months of having something like
Let's
that.
create some characters.
I will use every bit of mechanic to make this work. Even if it's just like, it's
Let's
like,
create some
I'm gonna really
characters.
revive because of God. Because it's like, oh, I'm gonna use that then. As a moment of like,
Let's create
oh,
some
no,
characters.
Christ is a thing.
But yeah, I did also send that
Let's create some characters.
direct message about Tegan's alignment change stuff.
Let's create some characters.
And I know that technically, like, the whole voices thing was only for those 4 days.
Let's create some characters.
I might still play around with that still being a thing, just not like mechanically, but like flavorly.
Let's create some characters.
Unless if it wasn't supposed to be so.
Let's create some characters.
I'm sorry, was that statement or question directed at me?
A question for the group in general.
Let's create some characters.
Since for Tegan, like, your ears are more permanent.
Let's create
I
some
feel
characters.
Like it kind of helps for like a, hey, people are dealing with stuff kind of thing. And maybe not make it necessarily.
Let's create some
mechanically,
characters.
But like flavor. Like, hey, great! Now this is something that I might not.
Let's create
be
some characters.
Hearing all the time, but it's now still in my head, like subconsciously speaking.
Let's create some characters.
You know, like that annoying little voice that you can't get rid of.
Let's create some characters.
How do I put this?
Let's create some characters.
Whether or not it would be a magical effect of the land,
Let's create some characters.
a minor traumatically induced
Let's create some
psychotic
characters.
break issue, or if we could even tell if you told
Let's
us
create some
about
characters.
roleplay is roleplay.
Let's create some characters. Let's create some characters.
Same, do whatever you want. That's not. I feel like
Let's
it
create
makes
some
sense.
characters.
Dying's a pretty traumatic event, especially by magical means.
My thoughts on it. First,
Let's create some
literally
characters.
The first thought that came into my head.
You cut off at the worst.
Let's create some
Cut off
characters.
Right before you said that you're thinking,
Perfect. No, the first
Let's
thought
create
that
some
came
characters.
to my mind was you do.
Cut off again.
I think I got it.
Let's create some
Yeah, I
characters.
think it was you. I think it was you.
Yep.
I would assume so, but it's just you do.
Let's create some
give up.
characters.
Goodbye.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Let's create some
I
characters.
don't know why my mic's muted. It's just like cutting off random stuff.
Let's create some
If I'm
characters.
talking too quietly. It's just like, you know what? Fuck this guy in particular at this moment.
Let's create some characters.
yeah. And if you're role playing that, and you
Let's
don't
create some
know
characters.
in character or out that it's induced by the corruption of the land or psychotic
Let's create
break
some
from
characters.
trauma or combination thereof, and then it's up to Agatha to decide when
Let's
Agatha
create some
wants
characters.
to decide.
That's why I wanted to bring it up now. Like,
I mean,
you want
Let's
to
create some characters.
Like, oh yeah, and then she hears something. It's like, but you already went through your 4 days, or your 4 days. But you
Let's
already
create
went
some
through your
characters.
long rest. You shouldn't be hearing anything anymore. It's like, oh, okay. That's why I wanted to bring you to the table.
Let's create some characters. Let's
that is
create some
truly
characters.
between the two of you.
Sorry, I was fully distracted.
Let's create some characters.
Discussion.
You're fine.
Let's create some characters.
But yeah.
Let's create some characters. Let's create some characters. Let's create some characters.
Hey, finally get to see you, Scott.
Let's create some characters.
Yeah.
Let's create some characters.
Is that hot dog or?
It's everyone.
Back. Behold the Mushroom Kingdom.
Like I said, it'd be funny. Again, it's your character, but especially since your character has a little bit of a tangential relation to reality, it'd be funny to have like something like this. That's like, oh yeah, this is just what I always see.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm very in tune with reality. You're the one hearing voices.
Yeah, I don't think that stands out as having a unique interrelation with reality, given that Jack is, yes, maybe a bit questionable on how Jack interrelates with Jack, but we have an amnesiac reborn bugbear stuntman. A air quotes bard who rejects what her school told her about her being a bard and in favor still considers herself an arcane priestess. Manu, who's had drug addiction to meat pies, and by the way, both Tegan and Manu are now corrupted by a magic mirror that turned us evil. And then, of course, your character is a member of the cult of the Hypnotoad.
Yep.
Paladin.
I cannot read.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think our fictional characters live in fictional worlds of their own within
Right?
the fictional world they inhabit.
And also, I think it might be too late because we are about to arrive at the place. But we do need to remember to ask about those tattoos for later, especially if they like help out.
Definitely the normal one here. It's just me and my companion. You know.
I was gonna say, I think the most normal one out of us all is still Metal Jack / what is Lancelot.
Yeah. But, I will say that since we're actually going to start at the tower, any of that stuff that you were thinking about or planning to do with your infusions, much like the rest of us prepping our spell slots, because I know you were also talking about doing something with the tattoos, and you were talking about doing something with +1s to armor for, I think, Stuntman. But,
Yeah, I mean, I can move the infusion to Stuntman Eddie if that's something that he wants.
Can you remind me what the infusion was? I
It
think
would
it was like a
literally,
+1 to shield or something.
yeah, it would literally give you a +1 to AC.
Yeah, that's very useful for me because I'd like to not hold a shield if I can.
Well, are you wearing armor? Because
No.
it has to be applied to shield or armor.
Okay, I'll keep the shield then for that 17.
Yeah. Because it's literally an armor and
Yeah, I was just debating like dropping the shield anyway, so I think that actually leans me towards keeping it because the +2, but +3, it's pretty good.
Yes. It's a straight up 15% evasion.
Yeah, I'll take that.
okay.
Thank you.
So I'll
That's awesome.
drop it on myself then. Hang on. I have to figure out how to change it to
And
I will
it's
briefly mention. Sorry.
and if that's the case, if I end up doing the enhanced defense on Eddie, then I won't have the tattoo available because I only get 2 infusions, and I'm pretty much always gonna have repeating shot active crossbow.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, he is our big guy.
big guy.
So it just depends on whether we value just static +1 to Eddie's armor class more, or whether we value anyone being able to cast a first level spell that I inscribe on their body by totally not stabbing them over and over.
Is it just any like one
Yeah.
level?
Yeah, I
one
was
spell?
gonna say a first level spell sounds pretty good too.
It's any first level spell, and it doesn't even have to be one on my spell list. So it's just whatever first level spell we want, I can scribe it.
And while you're figuring that out, I was just going to briefly mention that your travel on the road heading east is, as you might have guessed, unobstructed by random encounters. Tegan, you do continue to hear that you are being stalked by wolves, but it seems more like they're playing Vanguard and perhaps even preventing other attack. But because of your heightened perception, you do know you're followed by wolf steps, basically, all the time. But other than that, you reach the tower. No.
Okay.
Was there anything else you needed to figure out about putting infusions places, or?
Yeah, if no one wants a spell, I'm good with shield, but I feel like some spells would be pretty useful for some characters, so.
Actually, now you say that, you are a barbarian, so it might be good for you to have a spell.
So I mean,
I was thinking
keep
getting
keep in mind
I
too.
could get the shield spell.
That's what I was gonna say. You could
And then
do
I could
shield,
pop-
absorb elements.
Being able to pop off one like save before I'm able to start raging is really useful for me. So I think shield would be the
Yeah, so
pretty
I would
cool.
just be careful about doing, because you won't be able to do any concentration spells. Because you can't concentrate on spells while raging. Or does the
Oh.
spell right tattoo
Shield isn't concentration.
But
Shield is reaction, just like
Yeah.
single use pop.
yeah, and while you can't do it while you're raging, I really like what you said about being able to do it before you've raged. Like if something tries to hit you before you've had a chance to rage, you can at least shield and negate the hit,
Yeah.
so that you can get to the point of raging and having the damage. Because those
Spell-
wolves because those wolves tore you up in the turn
Yeah,
before
it
you
was
had
the
the chance
first
to rage.
first like turn is my weakness.
Yeah,
But then
another
then again though, +1 to AC is never bad.
another option would be like giving Dratari access to like Hunter's Mark or Hex or something.
What does that do?
Hex is great for Paladin, I feel like.
Uh-huh.
Because you can just stack Hex on top of Divine Smite, on top of whatever you want.
Yeah.
What does Hex do?
It essentially lets you choose one of their saves and they
Skills.
or one of their ability checks. One of their stats and they get disadvantage on ability checks with it. And then it also makes it so your attacks deal an additional 1d6 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh, okay.
Hunter's Mark works
And then Hunter's
similarly.
Mark is similar. Yeah.
It adds 1d6 of what your weapon's damage is. So instead of Hex's necrotic damage, if you hit them with a slashing weapon, the Hunter's Mark is 1d6 slashing.
Yep. And
But
then it makes it so you can always know their location.
Okay.
I have been
Or-
corrected on that. It grants
Is it-
advantage to follow them and track them, but it doesn't let you auto know. I have had that wrong both as player and DM before because
I've gotten that wrong myself.
I've watched too many actual plays where that was how they treated it.
Yeah. So those are two good options. Grease is a good option for just like having a random control spell. It could be funny to watch good old stuntman Eddie channel Greasy Gertrude and grease the shit out of the floor. That was a
That
thought I
actually
had
would
briefly.
be pretty fun.
Well, grease is nice too because you can like grease weapons and stuff like that. But it's a good control spell that I like. And then there's always like the classic protection from good and evil or like disguise or something. But
I think with a paladin and 2 clerics in the party, we don't need to worry about having an extra source of protection from good and evil unless we really, really, really want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why I didn't immediately suggest that. But I mean, we I could also tattoo find familiar and Eddie could just have a little weird fucking familiar. maybe like a little skeletal crow or something.
Like a motorcycle or something.
Yeah, like some sort of
A
I don't know,
hog.
greasy
Wild hog.
hog.
Yeah, a feral hog.
Yeah.
So,
A greasy hog.
so for now though, which thing is Jack going to do?
Well,
Do
I
you
was
think?
raising those options to see what you guys want.
Oh, I would
I
also
don't
take
I don't care because it's just I'm just doing it for whoever else. So whatever they want.
I feel like character-wise, I wouldn't mind Hellish Rebuke for Stuntman Eddie either.
Hellish Rebuke works.
Yeah, I definitely lean more towards having Stuntman either have the constant +1 or the emergency +5. I really like those two options more so than most others. But yeah.
Well, Stuntman Eddie, it's all up to you. What do you want? Your word is law.
I think I'm gonna go with the shield.
Shield spell? Alright, you got it, dude.
I think it's gonna be the most interesting. AC
Yeah.
+1 is great, but it's just so unstuntman Eddie.
Yeah. Now,
Playing it safe.
Towards the end of the long rest, when you make the magical needle and actually spend some time inscribing it on to Stuntman Eddie, I have to ask, what does the magical tattoo on the reborn Eddie skeleton, bugbear skeleton.
I want a sick ass skeleton.
As a tramp stamp.
Sick ass
specifically.
skeleton in flames. It's
It's,
got to be. Barbed wire.
It's
Not a
it's literally
chopper tramp stamp.
it's literally a tattoo of a square that says no. Um, so Stuntman Eddie can bring out the no square.
I feel like that is appropriate for Eddie.
I liked watching the confusion turn to sudden realization on Brooke's face. By the way,
Oh god, it should also.
The second you said the no square as the shield spell is just, yeah, that was worth a facial expression.
I also like the idea of that just being an Uno reverse card.
no, please don't touch me there. That is my no square.
On that note, at the Raven River crossroads, you take the fort you hadn't taken before, and within short time, you approach what appears to be this tower that you haven't seen.
I also just
You
realized
come
why
to
I
a
had two
cold-
scale mails. Sorry.
You come to a cold mountain lake enclosed by misty woods and rocky bluffs. Thick fog creeps across the dark, still waters. The trail ends at a grass-covered causeway that stretches 100 yards across the lake to a flat, marshy island with a stone tower on it. The tower is old and decrepit, with collapsing scaffolds clinging to one side, where a large gash split the wall. Time-worn griffin statues, their wings and flanks covered with moss, perch atop buttresses that support the wall. And parked near the base of the tower, within sight of the entrance, is a barrel-topped wagon, spattered with mud.
Looks like
Wagon?
we might already have company.
There is a single wagon.
Oh, okay.
And a tower that's about 80 feet tall, looks about 4 stories.
And how far away are we already, or are we basically just at the front door already?
I'd say you're looking at kind of where I could open up the map for y'all too.
Oh, yeah.
Let me make this visible.
It's map.
And the move everybody to scene button basically never works these days, so I have to do this.
I just had a thought. Silvery Barbs is a first level spell.
Oh, that's sick.
What does that do?
I haven't used that in a.
You, as a reaction, make someone re-roll a d20, and when you do so, you also choose someone else, and their next d20 roll has advantage.
Oh.
I like that. I like that so much for flavor reasons. The barbed wire, silvery barbed wire. Okay, you convinced me. That I'd go with that over shield for sure.
All right.
Let me add that in.
It's a spell that I truly don't think should be a first level spell.
I can already imagine Jack like just scribbling out.
I feel like
there's literally just like an X through the no square.
Yeah.
I really like that it's adding a reaction for Stuntman Eddie, because at the moment all I have is opportunity attack.
Yeah.
So that's like a whole nother move per round I can do potentially.
It's once per
That's
day.
huge.
Once per day. But yeah.
For the big battle, that's totally worth it.
The heck?
And
having difficulty
stacking a
with-
reaction silvery barbs on top of a reaction cutting words is a nice two-step synergy.
I don't know why I keep forgetting silvery barbs is a thing. So good.
Anyway, so who wants to check out the wagon?
The vegan?
I'll go in and take a peek. Just to make sure that there are no issues.
Because Tegan will gladly guidance someone
I had to
and
refresh, so I could be-
and help/assist. Oh wow! I forgot that I actually was good at investigation myself.
What do you want to?
Great. Duh.
What do you want to check out the wagon for? I mean, we know whose wagon it is.
I can do
Just to
investigation.
see.
I'm good
Whose
at
is it?
investigation.
Actually, not good, but I'll do it anyways. I mean, I'm just there as like a
You
trap.
could always assist one of us and give us advantage.
Oh. Yeah, well, let's do that then. I'll help Jack out to try to like look inside, see what might be inside the wagon. The back.
And I'll guidance Jack.
Guidance adds D4.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be 29.
Nice.
I have a +7, so, and I rolled really, really high.
Under layers of mud, this wagon sports a fresh coat of purple paint, and its wheels have fancy gold trim. A brass lantern hangs from each corner, and red drapes cover a tombstone-shaped window on each side. A steel padlock secures the back door, hanging from which is a cheap wooden sign that reads "Keep Out." And with what was the check you got?
29.
You notice that the inside of the handle of the door has a wire looped around it, so it's probably trapped.
Nice. I thought, for like a split second, I thought you were gonna say, you noticed that the carpet matches the drapes. just a split second. It's like, okay.
That does, but that doesn't. That has no bearing on us right now.
The Arthur meme.
Yep.
Haha, I recognize it.
I immediately thought that meme image. I couldn't not.
I wish I'd thought of that. Dang.
So anyway,
Yeah, I will mention the sign, and then I will go ahead and take out my thief tools to disable it.
Actually, on that note, I'm just imagining that like she was a second away from about to knock on the door because can't read.
Make a dexterity check.
guidance.
Dirk stir to check.
Like, as Tegan does this, she's just gonna start spamming the guidance spell as she sees you doing stuff.
Oops, I rolled the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. I rolled with advantage instead of with D4. That's not quite right, is it? Alright,
Yeah, close
let's
enough.
reroll. Okay, so that's... oh wait, I get to add my proficiency modifier too, so that's not as bad as I thought. 18 total.
Okay, good. You disarm the trap.
Right. Wait, no, I'm sorry. 17, I think. What's my proficiency bonus? My proficiency bonus. Nope, I was right. I'm crazy. Don't mind me. It's 18. Sorry.
Yeah, that's plenty.
I'm getting characters across different games mixed up.
You have no idea how much damage you just avoided. You
Right,
want
because I didn't
to
take
check
it.
around what you might find inside the wagon.
Hmm?
You want to poke around to see what you might find inside the wagon?
I wouldn't have disabled the trap and opened the door if I didn't want.
Make an investigation check.
You got it.
Guidance
anyone like
and
to assist
I'll
me?
assist.
Yeah.
Allie will assist as well.
And guidance.
But
Naturally.
like I said, Tegan sees you doing stuff. Tegan knows she can't do it. Tegan will guidance. Guidance,
Well,
guidance, guidance,
I'm
guidance.
glad I avoided that nat 1.
Oh dear.
Yeah. This time it is just a 16. I
Okay,
rolled
that is
relatively poorly.
plenty.
I rolled relatively poorly.
You find a wooden trunk covered with claws that holds a battle axe, a flail, a morning star, a light crossbow, and 10 silvered crossbow bolts. You also find a narrow wardrobe containing 3 sets of fine clothes, 2 sets of traveler's clothes, several pairs of shoes, a harlequin mask, and 3 wigs. And feel free to ask me to repeat anything you're pocketing.
I will immediately take the Harlequin mask and a wig and plop them down on Little Jack.
3 wigs.
Oh my
So you've
God.
got options. 3 wigs.
Uh-huh.
All three
you
at
could-
I
once.
put all 3 of them all at
All
once.
3 at once. Yes.
Just
100%.
But
him just
Tegan-
screeching his dismay as I dress him up like a doll.
Tegan will take stock of what's happening here, and we'll try to actually look at the stuff that Jack is handling, and look and try to figure out, is this Esmeralda's stuff? Is this Van Richten's stuff? Is there anything identifying? But Tegan is also
you know, don't make a check. You know for sure that this is not. You don't know if this Van Richten has a wagon. This is definitely not Rictavio's wagon. And the last you talked to Esmeralda, she did say her wagon was here. So it
okay.
seems reasonable, especially a few of these next things that you're going to find. I think without even making a check, you could make that deduction that this purple ass pimp my wagon with gold rims is Esmeralda's.
Yeah, well, she just
You also find-
contributed to the Jack has silver now fund.
You also find a climber's kit, a disguise kit, a healer's kit, and a poisoner's kit. You find a lyre with golden strings. You find a sculpted wood cage holding a chicken and a silver ewer with 5 chicken eggs in it.
Silver
you
what?
find ewer. I don't know what that word means. EWER.
It's like a
made
fancy picture.
Oh, okay.
It's yeah.
Would you like some more water?
Good on you with the fast googling or just having known already.
That was Skyrim knowledge right there.
Oh, nice. A tiny wooden box containing a deck of Taroka cards wrapped in silk. And I feel like that's the clue that would definitely tip off Tegan that this is Esmeralda's. A set of copper pots and pans, 3 sets of manacles, a shovel, a wooden chest containing a gold holy symbol of the Morning Lord, 3 vials of holy water, 3 vials of perfume, 2 vials of antitoxin, a 50-foot coil of hempen rope, a tinderbox, a steel mirror, a sharpened wooden stake, and a spyglass. You find 2 spell scrolls. One is Major Image, and one is Remove Curse. And you show, you find a map of Barovia. And you find a charred page from Van Richten's journal.
Nobody has a problem with me laying claim to the silver crossbow bolt, right?
Oh, well, I was about to make the.
for it.
Okay, if you want to take the crossbow bow, I'll take the silver ewer. And any
Tegan
other, like,
has been
other silk and
asking
stuff.
literally everybody the entire time we've been in this freaking valley if anyone has a map. Tegan is taking that map.
But
Tegan,
Tegan,
what about
we
our
have
map?
a map.
Yeah. the children scrawling of a map that we got.
Oh. I didn't hear any damn thing else because everything else got erased from my mind when I heard I have a map.
But Tegan, we have a map at home.
Oh. I'm lightheaded now.
So yeah, Dratari will definitely nab like anything silver that's not the crossbow bolts and leave everything else.
I hate that D&D Beyond only lets you add them in bundles of 20.
Actually, yeah, was there anything else silver there or no?
Can I just have 20 silver crossbow bolts? Hold on, let me figure this out. Okay,
Oh, is that
what
the
I'll
page
do
as well?
is I'll add 20 of them and then I'll just use 10 of them. Fucking D&D Beyond, man.
Yeah, and that one, anything on paper, Dratari will just call back. Yeah, I think I found some, I don't know, something for someone else to read.
There we go, I fixed it. I renamed it to Silver Bolts and reduced the number of them down to 10.
Okay,
I figured it out. Are you proud of me? I'm proud of me. Somebody validate my feelings quick.
you are valid. So, Tegan is going to look at the map and wonder who the hell made it so that 1 square equals 1/4 mile and yet didn't do the map in squares instead of using hexes. So, like,
Mike Flake.
so like, Tegan is like, someone needs to be smacked with a thesaurus. But,
That is a very valid criticism.
I do love it though.
I mean, let's face it, D&D writers need to be smacked with a thesaurus just with the full page of thesaurus options for the word level, so that you don't have character level, spell level, and what level of the dungeon.
Anyways,
But
My
yeah,
stress
wow.
level.
I think, I
Sorry,
don't know. Oh, you're good?
I was gonna say reading the letter. So yeah, Octavio.
Yeah.
Or someone. Maybe not.
I was gonna say, did someone actually
Who do you think?
that, or?
I like that this is the part of the video where camera try to read.
Same. In truth. Then I realized that Agatha actually put the message text below the actual letter.
Yep.
I tried to copy paste it, but Discord didn't like it because it was probably too many characters or something. So it weirdly formatted.
Wait a minute. Is it a? Oh, I didn't even notice that bit. Oh, dang.
But yeah, it goes massively side to side. But
Yep.
fortunately, that means I can do Control All, copy.
That's what I did.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just reading it in my message.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
I like that you got the expand message text as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
just full context.
just so
Okay.
you guys know.
I didn't know if that was important. It could be a
There's
clue.
more to the lore.
I'm clicking, it's not expanding anything.
Christmas.
I'm reading this in Deckard Cain's, by the way. Just so you know. For more than 3 decades now, have I taken to investigate exposed creatures of darkness to the purifying light of truth and knowledge. Hero I am named in some circles. Sage and Master Hunter I am called in others.
I miss Diablo.
Are you gonna read the whole thing?
Should
that voice?
I? Should I?
Please do not
Do it.
at that speed.
Go for it.
Do it.
That is a long text to read at that speed, and spoiler, it's not mechanically helpful for you right now. It's just like it's
Okay,
like
also flavor.
okay.
a
That makes
little
me
bit
feel
of
better.
like exposition into what kind of the character backstory.
Whenever
You
there's
don't.
like,
You don't want us spending the next hour trying to dissect this and figure out why it's super relevant and how we.
No, I just don't want to spend the next 8 or 9 minutes hearing that voice telling an exposition we don't necessarily need.
That's
Right.
that's me. That's me every time I hear my voice. I don't want to spend the next 8 or 9 minutes like this.
Mood. But yeah. Tegan is going to outright take the map. She has every intention of trying to figure out how to copy it and so that she can give Esmeralda back her map so it's not just outright stolen. But
Finders keepers, losers weepers. I have no intention of giving back the crossbow bolts. I can tell you that much.
Or the Harley Quinn masks.
Well, she might suspect something when she sees Jack roll up with a Harlequin mask and some very familiar wigs.
I mean, Tegan isn't going to regulate anyone else's behavior at this point unless it's actually
Yeah.
like
You're gonna show
Manu trying
evil,
to
not lawful
send
evil.
assassins after oh, I shouldn't say children because they're full-grown adults, but
Actually, yeah, I just.
but yeah, if she's leaving her crap around, Tegan isn't going to really police having taken it.
That door
But,
was
yeah.
locked and trapped. I wouldn't call it leaving it around, but
Right.
I don't know. It
I'm
didn't.
also
it
not going to
it-
dictate
it's
what
in the view of the
Probably.
public.
outlook is either.
It's not important enough to her to carry it with her, and it's not so important and or dangerous that she's not carrying it with her because it poses some kind of risk. So it's
like, well, everybody's.
it's excess inventory, let's put it that way.
While
So
while
Tegan isn't
everybody is reading, like looking at the maps and the letter and stuff, you hear. Yes, yes, you look as pretty as you feel.
But
Finally.
yeah, Tegan. Oh, I have a shenanigan.
Yes.
Dearest Agatha
Step-
DM,
What's up?
So,
Mother, may I? Use my glamored leather armor and actually have it use its can look like any other clothing thing to have basically it have the illusion of an outfit where the sleeve hanging down has the imprint of the map.
Oh.
shenanigans.
Yeah, I would say you look down at your armor. How are you basically where your token is on the map?
I honestly
time.
haven't been looking at it since we started investigating. I imagine Jack, meet Jack and Tegan are probably actually in the wagon, having rifled through it.
I like how it's
Okay,
now
so-
Metal Jack and Meat Jack.
Right?
An abbreviation does not help at all.
not
but
at
yeah,
all. We're both
it's
MJ.
funny. It's funny, Tegan. You look down at your armor, and you're attempting to do this,
Liquid
and
Jack.
you notice it's just studded leather armor, and you're pretty sure you had it set to something, like, and it usually stays as the last thing you had it look like, but it just looks like studded leather armor. It's not glamoring right now. It just looks like what it is.
Tegan is going to walk a decent ways away from the wagon with the map in hand. I'm taking the map. But it is going to step away from the wagon and be trying to reactivate her armor
You are able to.
and cast Detect Magic.
There is an effect that is not the same as, but quite similar to an anti-magic field, centered on the tower and extending 25 feet in all directions.
I seriously and severely alert the whole party to this.
So yeah,
Wait, what is it?
It's canceling out magical effects within a certain range of the tower.
Okay.
So any investigation into the tower is going to have to be very mundane.
Now, when you say canceling out magical effects, how intense is that? Like, is Metal Jack just like an inanimate object now, or
Metal Jack is a
Metal
construct, not a magic item.
or rather,
Could
That's
Metal
fine.
Jack be Metal Jack inside of an anti-magic field?
Yes.
yes.
Then yes.
Okay. Okay, so it's essentially an anti-magic field. I'm going to.
Explicitly described as close enough. Both by DM and by Tegan.
Okay. So
But yeah,
essentially, it's. Oh, that's the Pathfinder version of the spell. That's not what I want.
5e tools is the most handy thing ever. Well, for the sake of playing 5e.
Okay, so
If they had their own
that's what my
character sheet
housekeeping-
builder, I feel like nobody else could compete with the free service.
Unfortunately, if they actually tried to do the character sheet builder like what Roll20 does,
They'd probably get a cease and desist, or
well, they have had cease and desist, and they've had their whole site shut down by wizards taking action, and they've basically had to Pirate Bay it to a certain extent. But there's the level of legal action that can force them to temporarily shut down once in a while as is. And then there's if they tried to do the character sheet builder on their own rather than actually just facilitating other people's, yeah, it would get the amount of legal pursuit would become infinitely more.
one of the VTTs I don't use has like webhooks into 5e tools that'll get you all the bestiaries and spells, and I think it's Foundry or for
Foundry does have the enhanced VTT plugin, And you can also do it for Roll20, but Roll20 takes a bit more work because Roll20 is partnered with Wizards, and therefore they keep figuring out new ways to try to disable it, and then people find more ways to get past that. But yeah.
Anyways, y'all find a bunch of cool stuff in this wagon. You realize there's an anti-magic field emanating from the tower.
Are we taking everything else from the wagon?
I mean, now that we know it's Esmeralda's, do we want to? Because she is our ally. So.
I leave that up to you guys, honestly. I'm definitely taking the crossbow bolt, because that's useful.
I know some of our party has recently turned evil, so I...
I mean, Tegan is taking the map. Just outright hands down. I can't say this enough times. I've literally asked
that's not an evil thing. That's just a Tegan thing.
Yeah.
I have asked almost every single person we have met in Barovia if they have a map. And we finally have access to a map? No. Mine.
I've decided that if I ever
Like
every single spell rot tattoo I give to Tegan is now a map. I just thought you liked maps so much. I don't know.
So
yeah.
Otherwise, I can't think of anything we were told that was here that was that Tegan realized and recognized important enough to risk trouble with Esmeralda. That said, we know Esmeralda, we have sending, and it's often easier to ask forgiveness than permission.
I hadn't even zoomed out. I didn't realize it's a little peninsula.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
I thought it was just the middle of a big, huge forest.
Oh, gotcha. But no, I think for the most part, unless if you want to have it yourself, I think we're kind of describing relatively small things like the wig, the crossbow bolts, a bit of a silver thing for me so that I can use it for later use, and the map.
Yeah, it seemed like for the most part basic adventuring gear type stuff and a few flavorful extras. But Tegan is going to maintain concentration on the detect magic, is going to try to get either fully in or fully behind the wagon so that she can check for magical auras from any of the stuff that Jack is taking, from anything within the wagon, etc.
I mean, there's the spell scrolls. It looks like just about everything else is mundane. You might get a little glow off of the Taroka cards, but not a specific school of magic. It's just kind of a subtle divine underglow.
Huh. That's actually interesting information to realize and recognize that there might be something to the card augury. But anyway,
So
I got hyper focused on the map for various obvious reasons, but I do remember that one of the spell scrolls was remove curse, and what was the other? Minor illusion?
The other one is major image.
Major image.
Remove curse could be very useful to not have to prepare.
Tegan's gonna slip both of those into the one of the side pouches of her fanny pack, of her craftsman.
Handy Fanny.
Esmeralda
Mhm.
will.
We'll remember that.
I mean, Tegan has every intention of asking Manu to message Esmeralda when next we have a free moment for sending. Like,
I did not prepare sending today.
and Tegan wasn't under the assumption that you did. That's not what we're about today.
We'll do it at the next easiest moment to do so.
Yeah.
So shall we knock on the front door as well? Or do we want to be more subtle about it, especially with the anti-magic field above?
Yeah, the magical suppression makes me very concerned about the possibilities of other things going on to protect the tower. I leave it to the person who seems to be the best at such things that we have currently to decide whether, and she turns to Jack, whether you wish to approach the front door or check those platforms to the side.
Well, I am a little leery of entering anywhere I cannot use magic. It makes even my normal combat capabilities are vastly reduced. Simply because, well, what's up his crossbow is enchanted. Are we here intending to pick a fight?
We're not looking to fight. We're checking because this tower may have been used as a base of operations by someone more experienced than us in dealing with the kinds of threats that we are dealing with. We're not. Tegan looks around. To my knowledge, we're not expecting this place to be in and of itself a threat. But you've already had to deal with one trap.
It has been my experience as a widely traveled and very world knowledge goblin that big folk take kinda out to knocking than breaking and entering.
So do you approach the door?
I would say we knock, wait for an answer, and then we break and enter.
I default to your massively greater than mine expertise on such matters.
I don't know whether to be insulted or not, but I'll say thank you and move on anyway.
It was just an admission of facts that I don't know what I'm doing, and you seem to.
It is
So-
as they say, fake it until you make it.
And actually, at that point, since I think everyone else is somewhat magical, I do say, "Hey, Eddie, can you help me open up the door? Knock on the door. Knock on the door. Don't need to open it just yet."
Eddie immediately just bull rushes the door
Yeah.
down. Say no more, baby! Woo!
We don't need violence yet.
You're muted, Scout.
Yeah, I'll go right for the door handle and give it a big old jiggle. Hey, ya home?
Well,
Oh, I
before
do
you
not
that,
trust
sorry, I
that
was getting
front
stuff here. The
Oh.
tower door is made of iron with no visible handles or hinges. In the middle of the door is a large embossed symbol, a connected series of lines with 8 stick figures that surround it. Carved into the lintel above the door is a word, Kazan.
And I
It's
point
yours.
at it and I say, "Look, it's one of those things."
Is this a handout or something?
It's in the in-game handouts. Is the image of it. But so
I'm gonna.
yeah, Tegan wants to Arcana check the fuck out of that. Like, obviously can't use
Oh,
detect
thank you.
magic, but just do I recognize the symbol, the word?
I mean, make an Arcana check if you want.
Tegan.
I have a really dumb solution. It's from Fall Guys. If you follow the line, that's the order, and then each shape is like YMCA arms.
I rolled a natural one, so I'm gonna go ahead and actually burn my inspiration.
I mean, you can also
Okay.
just let me do it and assist.
Okay. I rolled a 13 for a total of 20 because fucking nat ones on Arcana checks. I'm literally an Arcana cleric. Why do I keep rolling? Anyway,
I guess
You are
I'll
unsure-
guidance myself and then do the same.
You are
AMF.
unsure of the nature of this, but it seems like this type of door with no handles or hinges. It's clearly magically locked, probably trapped. And it seems like the symbol on the door is probably something to do with disabling the trap in the door.
I got a 29 on my arc.
I just as a minor point, the reason I didn't guidance myself is because the AMF.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. So that would be a
That'd be a what?
25, not a 29.
You get about the same
Okay.
information that this is probably something you don't want to put your fingers on without understanding how it works.
Spends 5 minutes
if you
joking
wanna,
about
if you want
AMF.
to open this
forgets
door, you
about
probably
AMF.
got to figure out the trick to opening this door. I think that Eddie had a brainwave though.
Oh yeah, so I do the. Wait, hold on. Let me pull it up. So it's up this one. Wait, yeah, up this one. T pose down. Up. Cactar. T pose. Down. Cactar or something. Down.
Eddie is a
Excellent.
dancing
That was
queen.
I was
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
able to follow the whole thing
Yeah.
to make sure each pose
Okay,
was
sweet.
the correct one, but I'll give you a point of inspiration for that too, because
Oh,
that was
hell
probably
yeah.
embarrassing as hell.
No, that was fun.
Yeah, we're just over here
I liked
watching
doing the
Eddie
cactar.
prove that he's a dancing queen. Young and sweet, only 17.
He's really putting that jumpsuit to use.
It's like, trust me, I grew up when the Macarena
Like
was
it
getting
is
real
a
big.
it is a stretchy jumpsuit, and Stuntman Eddie is just as flexible when doing these moves.
But as you complete that, the door swings open on rusty hinges.
No,
Tegan is now
no
even
fucking
more
way.
impressed with Eddie.
No
which is,
fucking
which is-
way.
Which is actually saying something.
I did not realize you were a door whisperer.
Well,
My God!
I reckon that
Doors are like
I-
bees.
I reckon that
They
door must have
communicate
spoke
through
common,
knots.
goblin, or orc. That's what I know,
I mean,
and I reckon that's all one needs to know.
I speak goblin, and it definitely did not speak goblin itself. I believe that it communicates through interpretive dance, so you are the perfect person to have along.
Beyond the door is the 5-foot square vestibule with a tattered curtain. The flagstone floor is strewn with debris, and a few old crates stand near the east wall. A torn curtain to the south partially obscures the tower vestibule, A 5-foot square indentation on the center of the floor contains 4 pulleys attached to the taut iron chains that stretch up through a similarly sized hole in the rotted wooden ceiling. Standing next to the chains are 4 tall clay statues.
I was maintaining concentration on detect magic, and I'm going to follow Eddie in.
I think your detect magic drops once you get within 20 feet of the tower.
If it is like an AMF, it just suppresses it, and then the spell resumes when I have as long as I don't break concentration. It just stops having its effect, but the spell is still ongoing, and that's kind of what I'm testing.
Yeah, essentially that you're nothing in here, if it was magical, is radiating sort of magical auras.
So is the AMF inside as well, is basically my question.
It seems to be.
Okay. That being as it is, I'm actually going to go ahead and drop concentration on detect magic, because there's no point in me keeping track of it as a player then.
Dratari starts checking out the statues here. You said these guys were?
Yeah, it seems like they're holding on to chains and they're surrounding kind of like this platform in the middle of the room. And above that platform is an opening in the ceiling. It seems like it might be, a very rudimentary dump or something like that.
You keep going really quiet.
I'm hopping on it. It's like it's a dumbbell.
Dumbwaiter?
Dumbwaiter, yeah.
I'm imagining that this is happening in universe as well. But yeah,
Oh, sweet, a
yeah,
dumbbell.
Eddie jumping on the platform?
Oh, hell yeah. Eddie's feeling really confident after that quick and easy puzzle, so...
Yeah, you go up to the platform and the kind of like gargoyle statues in the middle turn to look at you and then bow and then begin to move the chains, and you are raised up to the second floor. Dust and cobwebs fill this otherwise empty room, the wooden floor of which is badly rotted and partially collapsed.
Oh, that's weird. The image didn't come in for me.
I'm sorry, what?
It's all white on my screen. I just am looking at the progression.
Try refreshing it.
Yeah, one moment.
Yeah.
And I can't. Dang it.
This is quite strange. I expected this tower to be furnished and lively and have somebody living here.
I kind of hate that the tokens don't snap to center.
I have that turned off sometimes because things need to be not exactly in the middle of it.
That's fine. I'm just like
it's a pain.
Starts.
It's murdering my.
I find it super frustrating when it's on, because if the map doesn't line up, then it's like always off. So I like it free to avoid that though.
Yeah, I'll just use my phone now. For some reason, the computer's not really working. But anyways.
Oh no.
So, yeah, just... Could this be an illusion spell? Like a illusion so that no one could actually detect it because of the anti-magic field?
What, to make the tower look like garbage?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a small enough tower that you could walk around with your hands and just make sure it's not like, pallets full of gold bricks that are just disguised to look like there's nothing. Like you could reach out and see like the spaces that are empty are indeed empty.
Okay.
There's kind of nothing on this floor but cobwebs and dust.
Does it seem like there's still more above us?
It does.
Does it seem like we know how to get further up?
There's the platform you used to get up here.
What about that junk on the outside? Can we get out there and climb higher?
You could.
I'll take that route.
Yeah, Dratari, not really being a fan of all the spider webs right now, follows Manu out.
That took me a
Time
moment.
and have all but destroyed this chamber, leaving a gash in the northwest wall and slimy black mildew on the walls. The wooden floor is completely rotted and has begun to fall away in pieces. It seems like there is at least one more floor above.
Let's raise the roof.
Yeah.
Woot woot.
I suppose so. It feels like if we were to try to walk on the floor, it would just go right through.
Yeah, which is part of why Tegan's going to make sure that Manu goes before she does, because anything that can hold the big turtle guy can definitely hold her.
You know, now that you say that, we do have 3 big guys, don't we? Like in the... what's the term? In the trope sense.
Yeah,
Mhm.
kinda. Though I prefer it when the big guy's a small guy like Toph.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike she's also the powerhouse.
This room shows signs of recent habitation, and although the place reeks of mold and mildew, it has plenty of creature comforts, including cozy bed, a desk with matching chair, bright tapestries, and a large iron stove with plenty of wood to feed it. Light enters through arrow slits as well as through dirt-caked windows with broken shutters. Other features of the room include a standing suit of armor and a wooden chest. Old wooden rafters bend under the weight of the tower, which has somehow remained intact. Mounted to the rafters are pulleys around which hang iron chains that support the tower's platform.
I do a minor little spark and flicker with a prestidigitation.
Doesn't.
Okay. Still AMF, but Tegan is going to be eyeing that armor. And
I would like to investigate the area if...
And actually, yeah, specifically, I'd like to...
Would anyone like to assist me?
I would definitely like to.
And I'll be specific.
Are you trained in investigation? Would anyone who's trained in investigation assist me?
I shall assist.
Hey, thanks.
I have a -1 to investigation.
Yeah, you only get the advantage if the other person's also trained. Just
okay.
Something that former DM.
That is a house rule. That is not actually a rule.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Technically, the help action can be used by anyone for anything.
That's what I thought was the case, but then I had a former DM be like, "Oh, it's only if you have proficiency." And I was like, "Oh, well, fuck, I've been doing it wrong."
The help action just gives advantage. Yep. Full stop. There are no prerequisites.
We will all help.
Everybody help me. Give me super advantage.
Technically,
can I help by smiling?
The help action does say that you have to be doing something to be providing that help. Like it has to be reasonable. So
I'm gonna say, hey, did you try looking over there?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna point somewhere.
So, to borrow from Brennan Lee Mulligan, when people were asking for stupid ways of, can I help with this? Can I help with that? Can I do something else to provide with this? And he was already allowing someone's hawk familiar to help them do surgery on a medicine check. Like, aren't you concerned that the laws of reality are already being strained by the bird helping you do surgery? Like, that is how the rules work, but the rules do say that it can be limited or restrained by, frankly, reasonability. I forget how it's worded, but
Right. But
I don't know what you mean,
in,
Red
in,
Not
in
grubbed,
any case,
gloved and scrubbed.
in any case, I got a 24 on my investigation. Which is
Okay,
great,
there's
'cause the other roll was a 2.
that armor is absolutely beautiful, and you detect like a lavender
So
aroma that emanates from the wooden chest, which you find it is unlocked and safe to open. What's in the box? It contains the severed head of a human Vistana. The flesh has a waxy complexion and has been embalmed with magic oils.
Oh, you're not
I'll
joking.
immediately close the box, stand up, look at the others, and be like, "It was empty," and then I'll move on.
I thought that was just a joke.
Nope. Just close that bad boy up and go.
That's grim.
There was nothing in the box. It was empty, and then I'll move on to investigate this. The beautiful
Well,
Insight
suit of armor.
check.
I
No
am,
insight check needed. He's lying. Lying out his ass.
I am imagining that this has something to do with the Vistani that took the
That took his son.
In fact, the Vistani took Erasmus with my own unwitting permission.
Oh, from the note.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
the head of the lead Vistani from the camp he slaughtered.
Yep.
Probably.
Dude, reading that was really cool. Just thinking about a dude who's warded against undead, and they just kind of follow him around.
I mean, technically, with the Golthia staff, I might be able to do something like that with the Blights.
It's not as cool with plants.
You're so fucking picky.
I have played enough druids that I am personally offended by what you just said, and I disagree. I disagree.
Poison Ivy would have words on against that. So, are we thinking that? Oh, go ahead.
Suicide plant in Australia. Gimby Gimby? Is that it? It's basically a thistle, but so much worse. Nettle. But anyway.
So, what are we thinking about this armor then? Since
I don't know. I'm currently looking at it.
It just seems like very nice armor.
What kind of armor is it? It's just full plate or... Say just, but is it full plate or breastplate? Throw the bed.
I'm not sure how to tell you what type of armor it is. But without being able to cast Identify, it just looks like nice armor. And it's not telling me like scale, plate, otherwise. It's not telling me what type of armor it is, so I can't tell you.
Okay.
It's decorative.
Is there a way to maybe get this out of the field so that we can figure it out safely? I mean,
I will say, as you inspect this armor as an artificer and as a craftsperson, I don't necessarily know how this would translate into what a creature's armor class would become while wearing this, but just the armor itself, you would recommend has an armor class rating 18.
Of what?
Of what team?
18.
Oh,
That
full
would be
plate.
full plate. It's a shame. I was hoping it would be half plate. I can wear that.
Yeah, I don't. I think the only people with a high enough strength to wear it is Dratari and Eddie. And Eddie, being a barbarian, has no interest in full plate.
Yep. So yeah,
So, but it being something that could help Dratari, who has recently died,
Yep.
Yeah, there is that.
is that
I
to-
can identify it once we get out of here.
Oh, I was more concerned about drafts at the moment.
Mhm. What's that?
I'm more concerned about the desk. But
Oh, we can get to the desk after. I was just more concerned if like there was any traps around it.
No, I didn't detect any. Right?
Yeah. It seems like there's a waste bin nearby that clearly some notes, a lot of them, full notebooks and loose papers, have burned. So it seems like any collected information, 2 pages of that plus the map you found in Esmeralda's wagon is probably all of that type of stuff you're gonna be able to, because it seemed like somebody went behind, covered their tracks.
Okay. In that case, is there like a trap check mechanic, like just investigating, or is investigating it?
Investigation is the check.
Oh, okay. In that case, Dratari does grab the armor. Oh,
Yeah.
and
You grab it.
don't put it on until we've identified it. Like, that's in character. Tegan, the second Dratari's like actually just outright grabbing it. It's like, carry it outside of here all you like, but don't put on stuff in this land without really being sure.
oh yeah, no, already like
You shouldn't do that in any land.
like even before grabbing it outright, she did do like the slight jab to try to poke it, and then it's like, okay, I'm not burning or like being set on fire or anything like that. That's a first good sign.
You gotta dip that toe.
Yeah. But oh, is there anything of like silver around here?
Yeah, no.
Made of silver?
It seems like whoever left this place did not seem to care so much about leaving behind creature comforts, because there's plenty of that to be had. But anything value in terms of information or monetary or utility is not present.
Pity.
I'm gonna take this chair. Because it was like they left behind all the creature comforts, and I realized we don't have any of those. So
The delivery on that. I'm gonna take this chair.
so I'm just gonna
I don't
start carrying
remember
a chair
where
around
it
for a
is
little while.
has, like,
I guess until the
very-
next fight.
I don't remember where it is. Somewhere in Europe has very minimal requirements to meet like adverse possession or like squatters' rights types laws. I don't remember where it is, but somewhere it's like you need to have a mattress and a chair. And like that's about it. And I feel like Eddie with a chair and
Yeah.
you're like
Anywhere I lay my head is home.
possession.
Well, not just that, but I'm imagining for the next fight, I'm waiting for the announcer to go, and oh no!
Here's Eddie with the steel chair. Or better yet, we
I probably would do.
better yet, once
But, like,
Eddie
that's at
gets
least a
the
D4 for a club or something.
have Eddie get the floating disc spell. That way he can come up from the top rope.
Okay.
Eddie from the top rope. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
All right. Now
Hell
that
yeah.
Eddie has his chair and Dratari has her armor, let's go to
I'm swishing it around like someone with nunchucks practicing. Like I'm making noises with it.
But he's making the noises with his own.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was like
So,
the broom Jedi.
Yeah. So, Deegan, what do you see there on the desk?
Basically a whole lot of nothing except what was already removed and found down in the wagon. It seems like whatever had been here is stuff that Esmeralda already found and sorted through. And that's what the 2 pages we already found were from.
Interesting. So, I guess the question is, where's Esmeralda?
I don't feel nearly as guilty of taking her things now. Seeing as they were things that she took. The law of finders keepers was strong.
And speaking of which, I don't know how good that pelt might be, but Dratari does pick up the pelt and think, like, maybe I could sell it for a little bit more? Just try to get enough silver together.
The silver whore strikes again.
Yeah. I'm trying to protect my friends.
So,
It's obvious your alignment hasn't shifted to evil. Yet.
Well, she was a thief in a former life, so.
I was also a thief in the former life, stealing the lives of my enemies.
but did you solve the riddle of steel?
I did not know. My intelligence is way too low for that.
And James Earl Jones' daddy.
Daddy?
And you said that everything in the trash can is burnt to cinders, right?
Yeah, there's not much worth taking.
Now I have a question. I can ask this question in a single word. Mending?
Mending on what? Ashes in a waste bin?
Yeah, why not?
Nah, dog.
Oh, come on.
For
like
two
that.
reasons. One, the book doesn't tell me what the unburned pages fucking say.
Damn it!
You know, actually, a really funny idea with that. Oh,
Reason-
Wing it! Wing it, baby! Wing it! Let's go!
sorry, I did not hear that last bit there, Agatha.
Second reason, because I don't feel like coming up with what they would.
Oh, no. I was going to say, just to have fun with it.
Instead, copy paste Rictavio's 2 pages to y'all, and Discord didn't even fucking like that.
Reason 1, the book doesn't tell me what they are. Reason 2, fuck you.
You're in a goddamn anti-magic fields.
It's
It
fine.
actually-
It's a wastebasket. I can carry it outside the anti-magic field. Get out of here.
I also wouldn't allow it because mending's like a single break or tear, and I'm sorry, but it being reduced to ash in no way, shape, or form is a single break or tear.
It's a single break or tear after many castings.
You have like 100 wizards casting it as a ritual all at once to bring it back.
And not just that, but I'm just imagining, like, after all that work, you look at it, it's just a blank piece of paper.
I am utterly convinced that this line, that this line of conversation is why past editions spell make whole, which was basically a 4th or 5th level version of mending that could do all of this crap. I am utterly convinced that this conversation right here, why it never made it to 5th edition.
Yep.
Picturing like a whole cabal of wizards just around a fucking burnt paper, just
And honestly, if you found like an unburnt "Here is the Journal of Rictavio" and said, "I open it, what do I read?" I don't fucking know. You read the sad life of a man who lost his son and then fucking went racist against the Vistani.
And
All
that-
right.
It's
All
not a
right,
good
now
story. It's
now
not
write
one
that
you wanna
story
write.
in fan fiction style. All right.
And that's also another point is we went ahead and messaged Rictavio on the possibility that he might have had something to do with Van Richten. How? I'm sorry, but so many people were so distrusting and disliking of Vistani that it would have faded completely into my background. But how against Vistani was Rictavio?
That was like one of his 3 character traits.
I kind of suspected that might be the case. So I am actually genuinely in character and out very heavily leading towards the Rictavio is Van Richten theory. That's it. So
All right. Unless if there's anything else that we can take. I don't know. I was kind of hoping to run into Esmeralda, but the fact that her wagon is here, but not her, is a little bit concerning.
I'm gonna take the head.
Do you want to get ahead in life?
Why is that? Why did
Are
I
you gonna
expect
take the
that?
whole
Like I
box
expected
or
it.
just the loose head?
I mean,
I'm
it's
gonna.
not like you can't do Speak with Dead once a week.
Right. I forgot about that.
I mean, taking the head of an enemy in D&D is completely valid.
That's just called good investigation.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna throw it in my backpack.
Just or just the head.
I hope we get stopped at the gates again. Yeah, we're gonna have to search your bag.
Actually, hold on. Da 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 da. 6 pounds. Okay. One side pouch is similar to a bag of colding and can hold 40 pounds of material, not exceeding a volume of 4 cubic feet. The opening is 3 inches by 9 inches at its widest. So no, I don't think I could shove the head in it.
Yeah, no,
You
3 inches.
squish a loaf of bread to make it fit. So no. But it was a nice thought. But I mean, it can just go in the main pouch.
It seems to be pretty well desiccated and preserved. Smells of
Oh.
lavender and paraffin.
Oh, the large central pouch. Each of them has an opening of only 3 inch by 9 inch.
Hmm.
So, or no.
I was mostly saying that so you couldn't get somebody's full shoulders in there. If you wanted to shove a head in the bag of colding compartment, you could. If Manu doesn't need to have it close to him.
No, I don't need it like on me at all times. It's just for later.
Yeah,
That is a very concerning statement.
Tegan has an idea of the concept of using Speak with Dead on someone like this, on a situation like this. So Tegan will all too happily hold on to it and provide it as requested by Manu, until and unless like Manu does something more questionable than that. Like, well, let's face it, keeping the head of your enemy is just good investigative sense in D&D. It might be very morbid to say or think about, but it's true.
Well, I mean, we literally used the same spell on me, so yeah. It might be morbid, but it's useful.
Yeah. And
so, are we good to go? I'm kind of. It would be nice to try to meet up with Esmeralda wherever she might be.
And at the very least, we have a swamp to steal from, which I feel to be quite an important thing to get done and out of the way.
And it would also be a good idea to check on some of these items. Just to make
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
So, how does getting out of here work? Can we just like take the platforms all the way down without having to do the dumbwaiter thing again, or?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. And we don't like Dratari carrying the full plate doesn't fall through the platforms or anything.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Oh, like you were saying
They
how
just seem
Is-
really
is
rickety.
Is the scaffolding? It's probably running it differently. I could see making you make a check to see if anybody falls on their ass, but no, you get down without.
Okay.
And in any case, we're about to take a short rest and check out the
Identify.
Yep.
stuff.
Whee!
So,
You cast Identify on
Yep.
what, the armor that you got?
mhm.
And I guess
It
Yeah,
is.
I can cast it as a ritual, so it'll take 10 minutes. It won't
11.
use the spell slot.
Uh,
11. 10 minutes
yeah.
plus the original casting time, yes, but
Once
But-
the ritual completes, it is an anime.
an anime.
animated.
And
It's an anime.
the command
Did
word
armor.
is Kazan.
Oh, wait. So what does that mean, though?
Animated armor is a medium construct. I
Oh,
think you can also wear it as armor.
It also means. How would that work if you're wearing it and you animate it? Does that mean that you get a shell of HP?
I don't know that, but if somebody wearing it enters an anti-magic field or gets targeted by dispel magic, they might fall unconscious for 1 minute if they fail
Wow.
to save.
hmm.
I'm just thinking if Dratari wears the armor that can be animated with a command word, if Dratari falls unconscious again, someone else can just command word it and tell the armor to
Run.
get
Yeah.
Dratari's body out of there.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we can also just dispel magic on it once to make it a normal piece of armor.
And of course, if nothing else, if we just have a construct that
Right.
obeys us around, it has a strength score and it has a volume to be filled. It doesn't have to be worn by flesh. We can
Yeah.
just hello, new pack mule. You are our hireling.
And not just that.
Metal Jack suddenly feels his position in the group threatened. It's like, wait a second.
Make sure your existing dog plays well with new dog.
Yeah.
Even though this is now the third dog.
It's just Metal Jack is over there next to the armor, territorial screeching.
I just
Yeah,
Oh god, Lancelot in the armor.
so
Just-
when it's not activated, would it still count fully as a regular suit of full plate?
Yeah, I guess so.
Cool.
Nice. So
Pretty good.
yeah, that alone makes it useful for Dratari.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Straight up 18 armor class.
Yep. That is
Dratari uses the
intense.
shield.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm saying just
That's
the armor
20.
plus the shield.
So that's 20. Dear
And-
spiders, come with this.
Yeah.
It's a
Tarantula
signi-
be gone.
It's a significant improvement.
Yeah. That's big. Big
And
ones.
also especially with its own GTFO feature in case if I fall again.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Stuntman Eddie's like, that's cool and all, but can you do this magic?
That's cool and all, but do you have a chair?
I'm a fucking wizard.
Here, let me write all that I alluded from there then.
Oh man, now I really always give fucking thaumaturgy to him. Now I'll sparks.
I'm riding a dragon.
Hell yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be so good giving you thaumaturgy. That way you could have like a stream of like sparks and stuff go behind you as you ride Greasy Gertrude.
It's gonna be badass.
I got you, man. I got
I love
you.
that. At least Tegan and I can help out with that. For the
I'm
actual displays.
I'm the pyrotechnician on this. Let's go. That's the true ending to this game. Everybody just joins Stuntman Eddie's crew.
Right?
And they all got on Stuntman Eddie's motorcycle and flew off into the sun. The end.
Not even the sun set. The sun.
Yeah.
We're gonna fight solar dragons now.
Yeah. It's a space opera after that. It's like it's like
Oh my.
the ending of that show is them flying off into the sun, and then the start of the reboot is them flying out of the atmosphere into just a war zone in the universe. That's the next one.
Hang on. That's going to be the ending that will actually propel us right into Spelljammers.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
In
Oh.
continuity.
Oh my god, I want to play Spelljammers with Cornflake.
Yeah, I can see that. Animated. Okay, yeah, there we go.
That's right, anime armor.
Well, no, oh, that's weird. It only had animated shield on here. Oh, well.
Animated shield is something very different.
Yeah, animated shield is an enchanted shield. Animated armor is essentially a monster.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You'll find it in the
Okay.
monster manual. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll just put on plate armor then for the inventory, and then just put it in.
Our esteemed overlord is basically just allowing you.
Yeah.
which is cool as shit. So
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I think it might have been you caught me not knowing any better, and I don't care to correct myself.
I choose to believe that you were cool, and it was entirely intentional. That's what I choose to believe.
I am going to be blunt, Agatha. My greatest trick as a DM that people have enjoyed playing with is by not admitting that I had no idea how to rule it, and the way that they started talking, and it's like, you guys are having fun. Sure, I'm going to go with that being true.
Fuck it, let's go.
And it was also like, how do I say that this is like, how do I not say that this is animated armor when you don't know that this is a creature from a monster manual? It just looks like armor. And you're like, well, what is it? Plate armor? Is it? It doesn't tell me what the fuck it is. It gives you an
It's
armor
fuck
class
you,
at
that's what it
18.
is.
That's
It's
what
armor.
it is.
It's armor. What do you want from me?
Armor class of 18.
Studded leather
disadvantage
armor
on
is not a
spell.
thing.
more do you
Gary
want?
Gygax
Right.
fucking choking his grave.
Yeah, that's actually true. The thing that they think is studded leather armor is called brigandine. But anyway.
I love going through my item list now, and right now going back to the possibly severed mutant arm. We probably burned it to oblivion though. For the very first one.
So yeah, it seems like ran out of stuff to grab or investigate at the tower. Are you making your way on to Berez?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, you
I
get
immediately
to
opened up that
the
shitty map to look at it.
Luna River crossroads. That's getting closer to Vallaki, and that is when you start cutting south in the valley. You kind of hug the west bank of the Luna River, the one that you crossed when Morgan Foss told you. You can see it up there on the hill as you walk down. And you start to get on this trail that hugs the river for several miles.
Right, what, the Lunar River? No, sorry, the Raven. Because we were just at, like,
Make it
Baritone.
visible. It'll be ruins of Berez.
High fantasy. Ruins of Berez.
I'm in.
I am still not. Let me reload. Right. I'll just use my phone again. Was able to get it to work on the computer for a second there, but no more.
The trail hugs the river for several miles. The dirt and grass soon turn to marsh as the trail dissolves into spongy earth, pockmarked with stands of tall reeds and pools of stagnant water. A thick shroud of fog covers all. Scattered throughout the marsh are old peasant cottages, their walls covered with black mildew, their roofs mostly caved in. These decrepit dwellings seem to hunker down in the mire, as though they have long since given up on us mud. Everywhere you look, black clouds of flies dart about, worry for the fog is much thinner on the far side of the river, where a light flashes amid a dark ring of standing stones.
I'm guessing it looks a lot like the dream that we had at the very beginning of the episode.
The stones are reminiscent of part of it, yeah.
Okay.
I thought the stones that we dreamed of were of this, mostly of the ones at Yesterhill,
Most prominently, yes,
but also the other location.
yes. And this seems to be one that you have not seen in person, but one that you have seen in dreams. And there is a light flashing in that.
Any of this seem familiar to anyone else?
Yes. But I mean, and Tegan actually takes a look over at Jock and it's like, actually, last time we encountered these things, we haven't had access to someone who is as adept at identifying the exact nature of magical effects with us before. So I think we should try to somewhat stealthily approach, but it may behoove us to actually check out the exact nature of the magical effect that these things have.
I can do that.
Gonna have to cross a river.
Oh, it's on the other side of the river. Okay, I missed that bit.
I'm thinking that the circle of stones is that dot on the
Oh, I see.
right, and yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking ahead.
Am I correct that that's what this is?
Yeah,
Uh,
specifically
wide is the
where
river?
the flashing light you see is coming from, and it is also coming from within
one
the
square is 100 feet, so it's what?
Can
About
we?
400.
It's a wide ass river. Holy shit.
How deep do you think the river is?
With being 400 to 500 feet wide, pretty deep. Um, da, da, da. None of us are. Does anyone have water walk prepared?
Not yet.
Have you heard the
I
good
don't
news
think-
about our Lord and Savior?
As long as it was prepared, all we would have to do is ritual cast it. But I don't. I think the only people that could have that is Manu, and that would be. I don't want to say it would be a waste of a third level's prep, but in most situations, it's a waste of a third level prep.
It is
So-
on the art. It is on the artificer list. I'm just not high enough level for it.
I did not realize that it was an artificer spell, and I did realize that it would be too high.
Yeah.
Mostly because I like ritual spells. I like ritual caster. I like
Yep.
Tome of Secrets as a warlock. But anyway,
All of my spells are ritual spells. All 2 of them.
Actually, speaking of Eddie, like,
Oh no, I have 2 of my 3 now, thanks
right?
to Jack.
Yo, I got you. Mine's a reaction though. It's not a ritual.
I know that's a lot easier.
I'm guessing no, but is there any like trees nearby that, or like wood or something that we could try to use as like a raft or something?
I mean, not a raft for sure, but make a perception check.
All right. 1 second, let me just review that.
We've got tree. Sorry. I'm just saying, if we've got trees and a little time, I've got wood carvers. I'll whip us up a raft, no problem.
8.
You do see some long-ish timbers that are like felled. They appear to be a little bit pithy, not super, like solid. And none of them are anywhere near long enough to cross, like span it like a bridge or anything like that. You thought maybe you saw 1 or 2 that maybe you combine them together, you could get them across, but it also, when you get closer to the bank, you're like, that doesn't seem that deep.
Oh. Dratari tries to take at least a small-ish stick that you can find and like hold, and try to like poke out in front.
Sound it.
Hmm?
It's deeper than you thought, but
Okay.
you poke around and the depth kind of ranges from it's only 3 feet deep, and you're like pretty confident, like, oh, we can just like jog across that. And then there's some parts where it like goes up to your elbow, and you're like, that's like 10 feet, and we can't walk across. But it's more of a bog than a flowing river. It's not incredibly deep, but it is. There's definitely sections that are deeper than you are tall, and especially the way in which like there was resistance when you pulled that stick out that you used to like check the depth. That you're like, I don't know, like I feel like there's some mud up there that'll just grab onto, but not want to let go.
Like a quicksand.
Not a quicksand, just like a muddy river bottom that
Yeah.
really wants to slurp you up.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't. Unless if anyone has a better idea across, we might want to try to look for some sort of bridge or something like that. Ferry.
But we could always just walk across.
I'm 3 feet tall.
Oh,
No.
I'm sure you can swim, and you can
Nope.
you can get on the shoulders of your little dude there, and he can carry you.
I am very much wearing armor that is heavy and disadvantaged such checks. Not gonna happen. And I have a negative
both.
strength modifier, so no.
I'm going to be blunt. I'm not worried about the guy that Eddie could throw across, okay? much less many of us could carry you. Tegan with a strength of 6, not being one of those ones that could, but
Feels bad, man.
I am thinking if we couldn't fashion a raft, could we fashion swamp shoes? You know, snowshoes, but
I'm
mud.
just looking for a chance to use my wood carver's tools, man. Give me something here.
I mean, you could fashion the shoes that we need.
What's that you say? Fashion a shiv for whoever made fun of you guys?
No, fashion the shoe.
Oh.
Or swamp shoe, I guess.
Yeah, with your wood carving stuff, I almost want to say like mud stilts is the way to go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You could probably fashion up a couple of those without having to spend a lot of time getting the engineering perfect, and they'd still be pretty safe.
Okay.
Yeah. I completely forgot that was a thing.
I have proficiency in nature.
I suppose you would like me to make some sort of check for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that calls for. Is that like something?
Just a proficiency check with wood carver's tools.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make that. I'll say the DC's 10, and if you lower than that, some of your members might fall.
Cool. I'm gonna guidance myself. Tegan, you want to give me a hand? AKA advantage.
I will both give you assistance and an inspiration.
Inspiration? I don't think I need inspiration.
It's just bardic inspiration. I meant not.
I literally can't fail. Like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, I guess I don't want to say literally fail. If I roll a nat 1, I'll fail, but it's.
I also forgot that Tegan is not yet a level 5 bard, and that means I should not be using my inspiration frivolously yet.
Yeah. I will say that without your assistance giving me advantage, I would have rolled a nat 1.
Oh my god.
Instead, I rolled a 3. Which thankfully, with all my bonuses, leaves me at a cool 12. So we're still
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Richard, I have missed gaming with you. I have not missed your dice rolls.
Wow. Okay. So
Just,
13.
just saying, when I say you want to give me advantage, I mean save me from the nat 1 that's coming.
All right.
Like elegant cranes on a Irish bog, you cross with your skinny long leg and find yourself on the other side and approach these standing stones. You find there Muriel Venshaw, who, if you do not remember, is the were-raven you Tegan was saved by at the Feast of St. Andrel, but didn't know who she had met at that time. And you, I believe, later had met her at Yesterhill. She's one of the keepers of the feather.
Hmm.
A dozen moss-covered menhirs form a near-perfect circle in the spongy earth. These weathered stones range in height from 15 to 18 feet. A couple of them lean inward as if to share some great secret. They're inscrutable. You see Muriel lurking behind the tallest stone, holding a rusty lantern and kind of beckoning. Wondered when you would come. Scouting this place out for a couple days. We did as you recommended, Tegan. Assaulted Yesterhill. It seems that cleared out the druids there. We had someone named Edbrel. Oh,
You're breaking up and I cannot understand.
some of the mysteries beneath the hill. It seems Esmeralda had gone in to take care of. But it's a sight such as this. But primarily, I'm scared for my life. The Strahd mothers in there next to her hut. She feasts on us crows. But I can genuinely guide you verbally where to find you. Should you wish to reclaim the missing gem and hopefully take her off the board, as it were.
I don't know if we'll be able to, or even would dare to endeavor to take her off the board, as you say, but the gem is not the only thing we are here to try and acquire. But the more we can acquire, I mean, every reason to and no reason not to, because frankly, fuck this freaky thing. So we'll do what we can. And we'll go from there. What's the deal with these stones, do you know?
I don't rightly know myself, but they're ancient. They're older than the Martikov family. They're older than the were-raven themselves. I think they have something to do with where the were-raven come from, but it's not it. I know. Esmeralda seemed to know more than, well, quite frankly, know more than she should for an outsider. seems to be a trustworthy person with this information.
Young
That
Frankenstein.
many of our friends, the keepers of the feather, are rats. She likes to keep them alive in torture cages in raven form outside of her huts. And as horrifying as this is, they will all but guarantee that even the clumsiest among them have a stealthy ability. If I didn't make myself clear, they're making a hell of a racket.
It's quite a motorous sound.
I approve this pun.
Thank you.
Haha, because murder friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I just wanted to show I understood the joke.
it's fine. It's fine. But in that case, it's just like further down on this side of the block then for Bobby Yasaga.
Yes, be careful. I would take the trail that does not hug the river, that goes further in to the swamp, but much of that area is difficult terrain, and fog obscures not too far in front of you. Will be treacherous.
You're cutting out. I can't.
Take the right path of the fork, and you're going to experience a lot of difficult terrain, and you're not going to be able to see that far in front of you.
I mean, I feel like we would have to face her at some point. It'd probably be better to do it 1 against 5 versus, well, her with Strahd and whomever.
Have we activated the mirror today?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
All right. Here's my thought.
Let's give it a try.
Here's my thought and plan.
Mirror her.
Just a second. Whichever of us is stealthiest, Jack, I can make you invisible.
Did you say Jack?
I imagine you're the stealthiest.
I have disadvantage on my stealth checks, my dude.
Oh. Okay.
Because I'm wearing scale mail.
Well, whichever of us is the stealthiest, so actually probably, well, either Eddie or Tegan.
I have a lot of ways to boost my skill checks, so.
Yeah. My thought is
We're not a stealthy group. That's not what we do. Sorry.
I am thinking Eddie. I put invisibility on Eddie. Eddie scouts ahead. I stay in contact with Eddie by casting message. Because I didn't put invisibility on myself, I can still cast message without breaking invisibility. So that way we have a stealthy scout, and once we're within range of Lysaga, and we have awareness on target, we use the mirror and join the assassin against her.
Okay, so we're just going right in on her.
Yeah.
For all
of
For all of Tegan's prior stuff about we're just here to steal and not negotiate or fight if we can avoid it, Tegan left all of that to the side the second that, oh, and she's torturing these people. Tegan knew the Saga trapped and killed them.
Yeah, I'm fine
But
enacting
yeah,
justice quickly,
Yeah.
efficiently, and
Just
Yeah.
us.
yeah, Tegan is
Yeah.
definitely the kind of evil that you fight fire with fire.
she's like wrathful evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that is perfectly said. So, yeah, let's fuck shit up.
Hell yeah.
Let's fuck shit up.
And
Alright, let's
Tegan
do
starts looking
this!
around after saying all of that, and it's like, is there any alternative thoughts, alternative plans, anything? Da, 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 da. And it's like, Eddie gets the best swamp shoes, goes ahead. People with disadvantage on stealth probably, preferably, trail behind a bit. And Tegan uses constant uses of message in between to convey between. That way.
So what
Ironic.
we were going to wind up doing, this area is massive. So I've kind of constructed something akin to a grid crawl. I just need to know who is helming like the leader position.
It sounds like I'll be going first while invisible.
Yes. And
guiding everybody else.
Yeah, and messaging back to Tegan, who's out loud, speaking to the rest of the group.
And
Well,
then
So you
Never
have generally been given the
Oh.
guidance of take this way, like towards the middle. Show me where you're trying to get to before you stop again.
I mean, invisibility lasts an hour. I in past sessions I thought it was 10 minutes. Invisibility lasts an hour, and I'm only putting it on Eddie, so that's just a second level spell.
That is fine. I just want to know, just like Eddie is the person who is looking forward and kind of guiding everybody else. Like, how far ahead is Eddie estimating? Like, that is my checkpoint because I can only see about 120 feet
I'm
ahead
pretty
of me.
like
I'm going to try to get this far
confused at
and
the
then
moment.
reassess what direction to go. Like, so how far ahead are you trying to go before you try to go in a different direction?
I have no concept of what this area looks like in my mind right now, so I'm gonna let someone else give me a suggestion.
Well, the battle
Because
map is open.
Because I thought that the direction was going to be a completely different way.
The battle map is open. Your only like hint or recommendation was to take the right fork to go further into the bog and not the left fork that hugs the river closer. That taking that right fork will get you closer to.
Oh, okay. Wait, so this is our whole party marker.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally didn't get the scale of this map. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes way more sense. Yeah, let's...
One square is 100 feet according to the, yeah, at the bottom.
And if you zoom way out, there's the bigger map that's almost to scale.
I don't understand because I can't zoom very far out.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah, that's a problem with Tableplop. They really don't want to let you zoom out very far because they're scared that you're going to lose your whole map if you zoom out so far. It's only 1 pixel or something.
But
I've been asking for them to let you zoom out further for like a year, but that is something.
Anyway, assuming that thing is
the little house thing.
Yeah. That is what I'm looking at with the area you mapped here. That it is 1 square equals 100 foot.
Correct.
100 foot is the range of message. So I'm basically imagining Eddie's in 1 square, Tegan's a square behind, and then the rest of the party is a square behind.
Okay.
That way,
That is fine, and that's good to know. I just want to know, like, how many squares, like, forward is Scout gonna try, or is Eddie gonna try to lead the party before I'm gonna
Yeah.
look around to reassess my surroundings? You're gonna
I'm
try to
gonna
move
go-
to that right there?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to like this area, kind of
One.
like hiding behind the wall,
3, 4, 5, 6,
We're
7,
gonna
8,
have
assuming
metal-
nothing else
10.
happens.
We're gonna have.
Okay,
metal
grab your
attacks.
D20, Eddie. Grab your D20.
Metal Jack is gonna be with Tegan, by the way, because ironically, Metal Jack is better.
Sorry,
at
it was
speaking
grab
to me.
D20 and do what?
Grab your D20, and do you have proficiency in survival?
No.
What? But Eddie survived the School of Hard Knocks.
Oh, it's okay. I'll probably use knowledge from a past life for this as well.
Be prepared to roll your D20 as many as 12 times, but stop if you reach a natural 20 or if you roll an 8 or lower.
Okay.
Hey, just roll a nat 20 on the first one.
I'll just keep rolling nat 20s over and over, I think.
Easy.
Rolling.
15.
Roll again.
Not a nat 20. You did it wrong.
7.
Ooh, 7.
8.
is that your total?
Is that a nat 7 or did you
6.
roll total?
There's nothing added to it.
Oh.
It's a subtraction.
Oh.
Uh-oh. We're flying away.
Yeah, sorry, that first one was 14 then. I
Okay.
forgot. Yeah, -1. With,
It's still above an 8.
Stuntman Eddie is most unwise.
You know, that's funny because from what I've seen, you're the wisest one.
Yeah, that's his charisma.
What was it that you rolled? You rolled a 7, correct?
I rolled a 7, but I have a -1 wisdom. Or -1 survival.
But there was no modifier, so it's just a 7.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
yeah. If it's just flat rolls, then yes, a 7.
Roll also for me a stealth check with advantage because invisible.
6. 9.
Nice.
Very nice.
That
like,
is
This wasn't the right plan.
No, well, so I could probably get out of these by using like all of my abilities, but the fact that I might do this up to 12 times makes me feel like I almost don't want to just start wasting
Yeah.
it because I don't know
Right.
what this even is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the iterative probability would kill you anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Like if
mean-
this.
You have inspiration, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think that. Oh,
Your
okay.
little
I
BDS.
thought it was something that was just going to keep happening. So
Yeah.
you stumble
Hard to
off the
strategize.
path and your boots start to slide around in the muck and the mud, and you're starting to like stick, and you're in difficult terrain now. And they haven't noticed you approach, but there are 3 giant toads kind of in the bog there in front of you.
Solid, no.
Oh no, Dratari's gonna die to
Dratari.
toads instead of spiders now.
Oh my god, that would be so hilarious.
That'd be ironic given that she's part of the cult of Hypnotoad.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
This would probably be more traumatizing than the spiders.
So much. You are already initially questioning your faith and religion just from having died. If you die to a representation of your god.
Yep.
Like,
That's a bad omen.
Right.
yeah.
That
The
does
good
not
news
bode
is
well.
you no longer doubt whether or not you have Zoldan's attention. The bad news is that thought you had before about whether or not you had a worthiness issue. Yeah.
Yep.
About that.
You have now had to come to terms with the fact that your god personally hates.
I kind of want to see a paladin character be like that. Is actually the backstory for a paladin. Your god hates you. Who knows? With the way that Dratari's going, it's almost turning like that.
But yeah, if the toads start to notice you because we are spread out for the sake of stealth, it's gonna need to be a lot of moving to close the distance type stuff, unless Stuntman Eddie just wants to solo the toads, which would be quite the stunt.
It also seems like they haven't noticed you, and you could skirt around them. It would just take a little extra time.
The toads rolled
And they are directly in between you and the next terrain that is not difficult, which I've kind of marked out by like this. These bits are paths and considered not difficult terrain.
That makes sense.
I see.
But the rest of this place is just fucking bog and hard to stand and run and fight in.
Super jacked up if you zoom in.
I'm gonna do a little backwards walkie walk real quick and
Wait.
there's toads.
I just realized there was a chair added to your toad. Jesus Christ.
Wait.
How did you? Did you just like go into your character sheet and upload a new?
Yeah.
I missed
yeah.
that.
God.
I did not do that.
Realized there
But
was the chair.
wow.
Wait, I can.
Well done.
I can
well-
throw in an invisible one too.
It's so good.
Where's the chair? Sorry.
On the token! On the token! Oh my god. Classic, man.
The choice of encounter or go around, I'll leave to Eddie.
I was also probably going to try to wrap up soon-ish. I feel like if you engage with these, it should be a short enough fight that, finishing that fight will just be the end of the episode. But if you get around, we could try to get you to another checkpoint.
As we discuss it in character, Tegan will basically say that it's like, from a spell slot perspective, it would probably be better to go around. But from the perspective of if we do ambush the saga, will that attract the attention of nearby critters, and would we have to deal with being flanked, or
make a nature check?
Ooh, may I?
Yeah.
I'll assist. Wait, what's your nature check?
+4.
I have a +7. You want me to do it?
Why don't we both do it independently rather than trying to say we assist one another for our thought processes?
Yeah, sure. I'll give
Um,
myself guidance. You give yourself guidance.
I cannot do a concentration spell without breaking invisibility.
Right. Well,
But it was a nice thought. But I rolled a total of 17.
I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, you both are kind of under the impression that these are definitely frogs that could and would fuck you up should they feel threatened. But they're giant toads. They're not like evil Baba familiars. They're not necessarily. You have no you have no reason to think just three frogs chilling in a swamp are like allies or buddies with mysterious witch that lives here.
So if
so you
if-
think that leaving
I
alone
think we
them
just leave them
alone
alone.
probably won't add
I'm fine
them
with
to
that.
your enemy pile in a boss fight.
Zoink.
I mean that, and also
Let's
if they're
jump them.
if they actually count as beasts, then and not monstrosities, then frankly speaking, the Golfia staff should be sufficient to tell them to fuck off.
I agree. And also don't call me Frank.
Because the Golfia staff, beasts within 30 feet want to get away from it. Because of its pure evil aura that Tegan has been carrying for a while.
Yeah, that sounds pretty easy.
Yeah, we saw the effect of it with the
Wolves.
I can also ask them to leave.
they're still dogs.
You can ritual cast that, but doing so would both take time and would break the invisibility.
Oh, true.
Yeah, let's just get around him.
Yep. I definitely agree with this plan.
All right,
Okay,
let's jump them.
make a group stealth check, and I'm gonna say only 2 out of 5 of you need to pass 10.
Okay.
Thank God. Oh, I actually rolled really
17.
well on my disadvantage.
Right, I'm also disadvantaged.
17.
Damn it.
I also got a 17 on my
I
disadvantage.
got a 19.
Yahoo!
I got a 6.
Fucking Metal Jack got an 18. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all are the crew from Predator, just like jungle jungle skating through. You get around these giant toads, no problem. Eddie, do you want to continue to lead the way?
Until someone tells me not to, yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Okay.
I don't know. If
We
it's
will
a
never
great
we will
idea,
never
but
tell you not to. You're our de facto leader now after the shit we've seen.
Leader as
So-
in the front.
Yeah.
Follow
Y'all
you
are
to-
about here
follow you
now.
to the ends of the earth.
How far in are you trying to go before your next, what you're going to consider a checkpoint?
We're almost to
I think still it's kind of the same goal of get to the wall. Here, let me find where we are on the bigger map. No, smaller map.
big small map.
Yeah, kind of like here, right behind the wall. Get some cover so we can peek around. We can.
That is away from the direction you're heading. The direction you would be heading would be down here, kind of in a...
Are we looking at the small map or the big map?
The small map. You'd kind of be going in this direction, like down this road. If you were following.
Oh, I thought we were coming from this direction.
You were coming from
Yeah.
that direction, and so far you've got there. But the direction you've kind of been guided towards.
Oh, okay.
is
Yeah,
continuing
we can
along
keep
this
going.
road this way.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So about how far, like to the end of the row of cottages, or kind of into where the mist fades?
End of the row.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, get your d20 again and be prepared to roll it as many as 7 times. But stop if you roll a 20 or an 8 or below.
All right.
Let me see.
17. 19.
Nice.
The-
20.
I caught it while trying to move my hand. That wasn't intentional. 3.
No.
All right. Okay. This will probably be the cliffhanger. While I get it over there.
Now it's 6 toads.
It is not, unfortunately. A 3 is what you said you rolled?
Yes. If we're scared of that
Also,
3,
make a stealth check.
you won't believe it, but it's another 3.
No. Well,
With advantage from invisibility.
It's a 4.
Did you let me touch your dice or something? Jesus.
I started out so good. It was like 17, 18,
19.
3, 3, 2.
All right, you are making good progress along the road, and you get to a point where it's not difficult terrain anymore. You start to get to kind of the end of this road. All of these cottages are just like ruined walls by now, but you're getting kind of like to the corner of this further south one, and out lumbers a giant crocodile.
Ooh.
Easy.
And it is
I've jumped
going
hundreds of
to
them.
rush up on you.
Hell yeah.
What was that? That's good.
What is that? 15 feet? Do that.
Like, you said I've jumped hundreds.
At a time.
And it is taking a swipe at you, Eddie, but that is where we will end
no
this
big
session. So, picking up with a giant crocodile fight at the beginning of next one.
All right.
Look forward to crocodile.
I almost am feeling like I should have handed and let Eddie attune to the Gothia staff for this, and just like all the beasts just stay away.
All the beasts.
Oh yeah.
All the
just, like,
beasts
while
are
walking.
afraid of Eddie, afraid that he'll jump.
But
I'll jump you for breakfast.
It is a very fucking massive map, though.
No
And
kidding.
grid crawl was kind of the only way I could think of to condense it a little bit and not have the characters have to like travel literally like square by square by square in these 100-foot squares.
Yeah. No, that was good. Good idea. Or yeah, that's a fun like tension there. For can we get past this one marker here?
yeah. Unfortunately, it's something that we are, as our characters, as our team, we are very much so not good at this.
Yeah.
So it's like, no matter what, the IP is going to kill us. It is going to get us into trouble.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, especially since. Actually, no. Wait, Manu. Steven. Where is Manu's like stealth? It's probably not like the best, but it's still probably better than at least Jack and mine, since we have disadvantage.
Oh, my stealth? It's -1.
Oh, is it? It's funny. I have disadvantage, but I have a +1 to stealth.
I
was
have
not anticipating at all the party going to the tower, I thought we might have cliffhangered on you meet in front of Baba Yaga at the end of this one, but it's fine. You got some extra cool shit and a little bit of exposition and some maybe not necessarily like mechanically useful stuff, but like information that the players would otherwise not have.
and a map.
Map.
Oh, just so I don't forget, what was that activation name for the animated armor again?
Kazan.
Kazan?
I think it's like KHAZAHN. One of those H's is probably redundant, but
Considering
like-
they're both silent, I would assume they're both redundant.
But you say Kazan because you want it on. That's
Nah.
What's that you say? Settlers of Kazan.
settlers of you can't get through my door without learning the newest TikTok dance.
I can't believe you got that so quickly, Scout.
yeah.
That was so great, though. I love it.
I'm really liking
I was
that.
like, wow, that's dumb and funny, and then it turns out to be the right thing to do, and I was like, well, fuck me, I guess. I'm just not ascended to a level that
No,
that
it's
Eddie's ascended to.
it's literally because it's very similar to a Fall Guys level. So it's just like following the thing is the same as Fall Guys, and then I just thought it was funny that they looked like dancing. I was joking, but enough. I was like secretly hoping, what if I'm right?
Right?
I'm
It's
so
funny, Eddie
mad
got that
you were
right away, and then everybody else is like, "Ha, that's really good. Now, how do we really open it?" And continue talking about it for a while. And I like somebody asked a question, and I answered the question. Also, Eddie did have a brainwave.
Right?
Didn't want to circle back to that.
I'm also liking that Eddie is working his way towards becoming an IKEA.
That took me a second.
Large and confusing to navigate.
He's
Mirror.
already
Also just
mirror chair. He's already basically just like a table. He's built like a
you need to
fridge.
quest
So.
for the armoire of invulnerability.
If
I understand that Eddie's built like a brick shithouse, but that doesn't mean he has to be furnished like.
if Eddie isn't
I
just-
beg to differ. Good day, madam.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I so want the campaign now to end with Eddie
Fireplace.
going in with a chair against Strahd.
Take
Hold
a
on
seat.
Who knows? In the Amber Temple, you might find the plush shark of trans rights.
Oh, yeah.
I still can't believe I bought that before I knew what it was.
The what?
Or I guess before I knew what I was.
Blaha. The
I'm unfamiliar.
trans rights shark. That one of those H's is a J.
Yeah.
The Swedish trans shark.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
I don't know why,
Yeah.
but my brain immediately went to Baja Blast.
Oh,
I mostly know of it because
The Taco Bell shark? Baja Blast.
webcomic that is primarily about a trans girl transitioning, but has an epilogue where her daughter, her stepdaughter, somewhat technically, but let's not go there. Her daughter and her are going around on Halloween, and they're dressed as Guilty Gear characters, and someone says something, or a friend of theirs says something, and she chucks the shark at them, screaming, I forget what it was now, but yeah.
Oh,
It
Bridget
all,
from Guilty Gear.
I think that's what Rain, the mother, was dressed as. I can't remember what her daughter was dressed as. Mostly because I don't know the characters well enough. But yeah. Where is Rain in my favorites?
Oh, wait, are you okay there, Steven? You were very quiet for the second half there.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, I'm just so pissed off that my murder spree didn't work.
It totally worked. We killed like 3 people.
No, that was. I need to remember that like this session we like killed 3 people and like we got a lot done.
It's funny because
Some of which we didn't need to do, but we still got it.
Us have a 5-day weekend, and in that 5-day weekend, you did assassinate 4 people.
Yeah, we were like spree killers at this point.
Let's go. The
Update
dream.
the splash page to have the correct amount of long rests.
I thought you were like the correct amount of kills.
The other names on my
I
list.
will not first off, I will not confirm or deny that those
Yeah.
have been kills yet until you as players would know.
Oh no, this
But
one
also even if those are successful, I'm not counting those on your kill counter because you didn't do that.
No, we totally did. We found the mirror fair and square.
I believe that the RICO Act would disagree, but we don't play by that rule here.
I'm a lone wolf who doesn't play by anybody's rules, not even his own.
Inside of me are 2 lone wolves.
Inside of you
You're
are
both
2
named.
wolves. Inside of you are 2 wolves. I walked into your room at the Furry Con. I'm sorry.
Inside of you are 2 wolves. They're both named Boom Boom. But no, this was a fun session. And I'm not just saying that because this is the first time I'm actually able to fully play.
I know, it's probably a lot better for you than the last couple.
Yeah, basically no combat encounters. But
He's
like,
like,
I,
it feels like it's been
I
1,000
can't be
years
rich
since I've played.
Well, you say that. I still had fun playing
Yeah,
this.
I think this was probably our most efficient session in terms of like KD ratio.
Right? Oh, not just that, also, like, finding that armor was super awesome for me.
Oh, that's a huge upgrade. What was your
Right?
AC before? Was it 18?
18, yeah.
Damn.
That a
So
solid
it's a
20.
+2.
Oh yeah. Especially at level 5, having 20 AC is awesome.
Oh, yeah. And especially now that I got that Shield of Faith thing.
I forgot about that. What is it? What is it?
Another +2,
2, I think. Let me check.
Yep.
Yeah, because I thought we were
Faith.
going in for a fight. So I changed all my spells over to something more actiony. Shield of Faith. Yep, +2.
I am considering changing my cleric swap from no longer have cure wounds and instead have Shield of Faith just to give someone +2 to AC when
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially
Well,
if you can ever pop it before a battle.
Right.
the thing is that like it previously was the case where I felt the best thing by far was for me to be the bless spot, but now we basically have 2 bless spots, so having other options for my concentration, it is not as pointless as it would have been before, because bless was always previously just by far the best option. But Shield of Faith on one person can make a big difference when we have a collection of frontliners. So,
No, yeah.
but I am only still considering that. I haven't actually done it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, no, it's been a while since I even looked at the spell slots for mine, for Dratari as well, and I still need to refamiliarize myself with all the things that she can do, since I think you can change these out on any, like, short or long rest, right?
long rest.
Okay.
Long rest, you can change your preps. Technically, for paladins and clerics, there's a limit to how many you can change per long rest. But given that I only get 2 cleric preps, the number I can swap is greater than or equal to that.
Yeah.
Gotcha.